Welcome to the first ordinary meeting of Council for the 2025-2028. I'll open with a karakia and we'll start. Ko te awa karangi, te aho tuhono o te konahira nei. Tuia kia ngā tahi ngā whakario, tuia ki ngā tahi te riri. Tuia ki ngā tahi te whakatonga, hei whakariki, tuahu, me te hapori. Humia, huia, tae kia. Kia ora. So welcome everybody. It's a fabulous way to start the training to have so many people in with us today. So we're very pleased to have a very full house. You'll have to be a little bit patient with us as we have obviously as many submitters as we could, as many public as we can fit in here today. So we'll just need to make sure that we manage that as the time goes on. First up, I'd just like to introduce Deputy Mayor Corey White, who is our new Deputy. I'd also like to thank the community and staff and the councillors for the warm welcome into the role of Mayor. So thank you so much. The emergency procedures will be up on the screen, and one of the main things that we request that you turn your cell phones off just to make sure we have no interruptions. Oh, they're on there. Oh, okay, fantastic. First up, there's a late agenda item for consideration. Today's meeting titled Application for Road Closure Women's Amateur Asia Pacific Golf Tournament. I'll hand over to the Chief Executive to explain that agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Zhang. That particular item relates to an event that is an international event that's been staged at the Royal Wellington Golf Club. Some of you will recall back in, I think it was 2018, 2019, the men's version of that particular event was staged at that venue. Now it is the women's version of that event being staged at that venue. It is broadcast across to at least 30 countries across the world, so it attracts quite a viewing audience and does showcase Upper Hutt quite extensively as part of its coverage. That item relates to the movement of traffic in and out of that location for that event.
So I move that the council accepts the late item for consideration at this meeting. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Corey White. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
No. They're carried. So this item will be considered at the end after the vote. We have all members present. Yes. No. Declarations of interest. So members are reminded that they must declare any interest that may arise from their roles as members and any private or other external interest they may have. If any interests are declared, members should stand aside from decision making related to any such interests. Do any members wish to declare a pecuniary or non-financial conflict of interest with any items on the agenda today? Okay, well, we've got quite a number of community wishing to speak today. So we'll run through as quickly as we can while giving everyone the opportunity to have their time. The time limit for each speaker is 5 minutes, and there'll be a bell that will ring at 4 minutes. At 5 minutes, we'll get you to finish speaking, and I'll make sure that we keep to that time just so that we respect everyone else's time that's here today. Just a few tips for the public. Make sure you speak clearly and focus on your key points. And if you agree with the previous speaker or another speaker, just acknowledge that rather than repeating those points. This helps us keep the meeting moving. And just to councillors, please make sure that your questions are for clarification of the public rather than debate. So under our standing orders, we will only usually allow 30 minutes for public forum, but we may have to extend that. So partway through as we go. Okay, we'll start that. Okay. I'd like to welcome Pat van Berkel to speak for your 5 minutes.
Koutou katoa. I'd like to be here again, seeing new faces, familiar faces. My name is Pat van Berkel. I live in Pinehaven. I'm a friend of the Hutt River, Te Awa Karangi, and belong to Forest and that I'll bring to this. I congratulate you all on getting through the election process. I hope you relish reading your order papers and listening to our presentations and reading our submissions. We do put a lot of effort into our list. I just want to make a comment about workshops. I hope you can make them open to the public. I see that the Ombudsman, the Chief Ombudsman recommends that councils do that. Wellington City Council does. There are many councils that make the workshop open to the public. So the first item I want to talk about is the letter regarding the Silverstream Spur. I support the declaration of the spur as being not surplus to council requirements. Silverstream and Pinehaven citizens appear to have plenty of bush. They do have it around them, but they don't have access. The only reserves are the Witako Reserve and the Edmonds Reserve. And once the St. Pat's development is complete, there will be many more people in Silverstream, and we need space. So that's one reason for the spur. And the other is that the spur is an ecological pinch point. It's the narrowing of the valley, and it's an important ecological corridor from Keith George Memorial Park right through to the Remataka Forest. Just wanted to make that point. So moving on to item 5, Tiaki Y. There are some issues there that as a member of the public I'm concerned about, and one is the transfer of shares. There is a section in there, chapter 7, that allows Upton City Council to sell its shares. Well, this is not right. The shares are the public's ownership in the water infrastructure. And if the council sells those shares, then we lose that ownership. I disagree with that. Secondly, the statement of expectations. There is no mention of public involvement in the preparation of that statement of expectations. And similarly, the customer charter. There is no requirement specified in the document that the public be involved. And another matter about the customer charter, there is no mention about conservation of water. Conservation of water. We've got a limited supply of water. As you know, it comes out from Kaitoke, it comes out from the Heretaunga River, and it comes out as the aquifer in Lower Hutt. And it's limited. And so there should be a sustained campaign to conserve water. And that should be a requirement, an absolute requirement of Tiaki Y. I support the environmental stewardship that's in the document. However, there are a couple of items that are missing. I see that the Wellington City Council, they've got their meeting tomorrow, and their order paper includes 2 extra items that should be listed. And these are the Whaitua documents, Te Whanganui Atara Whaitua Implementation Plan, and the Te Awarua or Kurua Whaitua Implementation Plan. An enormous amount of work went into those 2 Whaitua reports, etc. I have emailed this to you, and I have taken this document. You can read the plan change 50. It's a pity that all the work that's been done on plan change 50 is proposing to the side. However, I do agree with the recommendation to stop plan change 50. There are many changes coming up, and they will have an impact on our zoning. Yeah. All right, moving on. Heretaunga Drain, item 18. Who cares about a drain? I care about a drain. It's not a drain. It's a stream. And I ask that this terminology be changed. That the Heretaunga Drain is in fact the Heretaunga stream, and that the declaration of public drain be in fact managed stream.
Thank you.
Leave it at that.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Pat. Excellent. We'll have our next speaker. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Pat. Already forgotten something. We've got questions. Have we got questions for you? Councillors, does anyone have a question?
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, there you go. I wasn't wrong after all. Breathe it. We have Craig Martell from Awa to speak next. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. E and councillors. I'm here today to talk with the Guildford Timber Company. I'm the chair of the board of the Guildford Timber Company as of 2 years ago. And I've sent an email to the councillors, which will leave as read. I have a professional background in low impact urban design, and I'm a member of Forest and Bird. Today, just to add to the email that I sent around already, I just want to discuss some of the history with the council that the Guildford Timber Company have. In 2006, the Guildford Timber Company approached Upper Hutt City Council and discussed its intention to consider transitioning its land above Pinehaven from commercial forestry into an eco-development that would complete its history of involvement in the formation of Upper Hutt. At the time, the council advised the family of the process it expected them to follow, and they undertook all of the urban planning, infrastructure assessment and consultation required to proceed through a private plan change. This is an early framework document that was produced at the time, 2007, which was part of a significant chunk of work undertaken by professionals at the time. The eco-development captured in consultation and in fact the nature of the development being proposed by Guildford Timber Company hasn't changed since that time. The consultation that was undertaken at that time with the community was all done by the Guildford Timber Company, and that consultation was extensive, and the results of that consultation are included in that early framework document. At the time that this work was completed, council advised the family that they would prefer to process the development as a public plan change. Against professional advice, the family chose to walk a good faith process with the council in this regard. This good faith relationship was maintained throughout the preceding 15 years. There was an MOU signed by the council and the family, in 2016, and that was to facilitate a land swap with the council on the skirt. They confirmed, importantly, the commitment of Upper Hutt City Council to embark on a district plan change process to rezone the land. And further, that Upper Hutt City Council agrees that the new dedicated urban growth zone would enable opportunities for residential development based on the principles of the framework document for Guildford from 2007. At the time of this MOU, the family were approached by a senior member of the council who advised GTC of a pending sale of Kiln Street at the entrance to the spur land, and highlighted that this would enhance the Silver Stream Forest proposition under the MOU at this time. This reflected the collaborative nature of both parties working towards a common objective at that time. The family subsequently. I have minutes from a meeting with council in 2019, where council stated that they remain committed to leading the plan change necessary to rezone this block. In the same meeting, council advised that GTC should invest in a number of additional reports to facilitate the process, which GTC did. In 2021, Upper Hutt City Council approached the family and asked them to engage in preparation of an infrastructure fund for the council with central government, the Regional Infrastructure Fund, the IAF at that stage. The family invested heavily in this process and supported the council in this application, which was ultimately unsuccessful. In 2024, the council approached GTC about incorporating the Southern Growth Area into Plan Change 50. The letter sent to GTC confirmed that Upper Hutt City Council planned to accommodate the rezoning of the SGA to enable future residential development into EC50, on the basis that GTC contributes to and funds the initial steps required to rezone this land. Unfortunately, the family were poorly advised at this time and missed key milestones to implement this opportunity. This led to a key component of the Upper Hutt City Council long-term growth plan that had been on their website for more than 10 years to be left out of Plan Change. By the time the family brought Fern and I in to form the new company board, this had already happened. We immediately came to council to discuss the oversight on the part of the company and discussed how this may be addressed. The council advised that we could rezone by submission and provided us with a letter of support for road access other than spur. The council also implemented Plan Change 49, the original intent of which was to create a road corridor over the spur land in the Southern Growth Area. This support led us to the submission of the fast track application. All I ask is that the councillors consider what it would feel like if they were part of the GTC family. They have invested many millions of dollars following a good faith journey with the council. We know there are parts of the community that are concerned about this development. However, we are also aware there are other parts that support it. All GTC has asked for is that the councillors allow enough time for them to engage on this matter and explain how they are addressing the concerns of the community ahead of agreeing the actions proposed by Mayor D. In my view, this is the only good faith decision that can be made today.
Thank you, Martell. I'm going to invite questions of clarification. Good. Good. Thank you. Next up, we have Patrick McKibbin.
Sure. My name is Patrick McKibbin from the Hutt Valley Chamber of Commerce, and thanks very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. What we're here to ask on behalf of the business community is that no decision on the options is made today, and a decision is deferred to a later date following further engagement and a shared understanding of the opportunities across the council and the community. We believe this project has significant investment and growth opportunity for Upper Hutt. Upper Hutt is well known for its growth across the region and across New Zealand. Upper Hutt and the Hutt Valley will benefit from this kind of investment. The investment of this magnitude, estimated to be in the region of $1 billion in housing development and $300 million in infrastructure, is significant and important to our region. Upper Hutt is expected to continue to grow its population over the next 25 years. According to projected figures, Upper Hutt may add up to 24,000 people by 2051, requiring substantial housing and further development. We understand absolutely the need for intensification and other actions, but new housing of all types may be required in our region going forward. We would also like to talk to the opportunity that this project creates to directly add hundreds of jobs over the next 15 years, supporting families and entire communities. This kind of investment over many years will create and support hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs directly in our region. This is good for the community. There are many years of work which could see local businesses grow and even new businesses start as a result of this long-term development. There are also indirect benefits to other businesses and the community through supply and services businesses, retail businesses, and hospitality business, of more people being in the community, working and living here. This kind of additional benefit will be significant and also create many jobs and benefit the community here in Upton. An example of this type of conversation was just this week with Henry Hutchin, who has just started his new supermarket, Plenty Foods. He would be very interested in how he could support this development through additional supermarkets like his in the region, which have already created 40 jobs in the last little while. We also believe there are huge recreational and conservation benefits that might substantially outweigh the impacts of a public road. We think that the organisations, in fact, we know that the organisations involved in the development opportunity will be willing to work with the Upper Hutt City Council to create development that benefits the Upper Hutt community through things like regeneration of natural bush and recreational opportunities. Indeed, from some of the comments on the Mayor's Facebook post this week about this issue, a number of people have expressed desire for those recreational opportunities. So to conclude, what we are asking the councillors to do today is to defer this decision until a later date, continue to engage with the Guildford Timber Company to understand the full picture of the opportunity in front of Upper Hutt and the whole of the Hutt Valley. Thank you.
Any questions for Patrick McKibbin? The members of the public are welcome to stay for the meeting or leave at any time if you need to. Just a reminder, and it's also, this meeting is also being live streamed in another meeting room if we exceed numbers in here. So we now have Ralph Goodwin to speak to us as well, also on the service transfer. Kia ora, Ralph, and we have
Matt Griffin.
Excellent, kia ora.
Your Worship, councillors, council executive, and members of the public. My name is Ralph Goodwin, spelled Ralph.
I'm very sorry, Ralph.
I am a third generation member of the Goodwin family, a former director and a current shareholder of the Guildford Timber Company. And I've spent 49 years living in this fine city. I'm joined by my cousin, Matt Griffin, who is a fourth generation family member, also a director and is heavily involved in the project team. I've sat in this room over the past 18 years and have presented to the urban growth strategy, the land use strategy, the open spaces strategy, and have listened to well-qualified consultants present our case to the city. We are very fortunate custodians of the area defined as Silverstream Forest. And over the years, we have been patient, we have acted in good faith, and with integrity engaged with this city and the community. And next year will be our 100th year as a ratepayer in Upper Hutt City. My reference to you today is identity and heritage. In essence, our whakapapa. How we respect the history, how that shapes our values and principles, and significantly influences how we execute. These are the key ingredients of intergenerational ownership. Good custodians throughout the history of this country only ever aspire to improve and enhance their assets through prudent action, and more often than not, with visionary intent. The first generation of our family, 100 years ago, protected the native bush gullies, and that today is the very cornerstone of our near 100 hectares of significant natural area, a size comparable to Trentham Memorial Park and Maidstone Park combined. These critical areas of vegetation are not only today the lungs of our city, but the future, where native forests can form the very blueprint for future urban living. That has always been our intent. Why should one family own this stunning resource? As a family, we have observed Upper Hutt grow over many decades and always thought and knew that we had something very different to the urban growth we observed. An environmentally sensitive urban environment that would be recreationally and ecologically superior to all in this region. That has always been our desire at an extraordinary cost to deliver a legacy that is to the benefit of this city and region, and that deeply resonates with our ownership. Our ancestors have seeded the Native Forest Restoration Trust, protecting 700 hectares in the North Island. This selfless commitment to preserve New Zealand's native forests has left a lasting impact on this generation of custodians. We have removed pine trees over the past 20 years, continue to plant at our own cost native trees to re-establish a large part of the southern end of this city, and through our efforts, they will be entirely native, no pine. At last count, we were near 50,000 native trees planted, thousands of pines removed, and we forecast we'll plant another 5,000 native trees next year. We are a family with strong environmental and conservation values. We have recognised the changing demands on the land through environmental and regulatory pressures. We have seen numerous people, probably thousands, walk and bike across our property, recognising its outstanding beauty and proximity to Upper Hutt City. We understand the importance of community engagement, as evident in the numerous visits by Pinehaven School, our openness to discuss our vision with Upper Hutt Town and Country Association, members of Upper Hutt Forest and Bird Branch who are in the room today, allowing them to understand our rich history and the importance of our restorative work. My cousin's phenomenal work in creating at Sylvan Forest in Nelson, a mountain bike park from a retired pine forest with 30 kilometres of single track trails. Silverstream Forest and Silverstream Spur would work mutually to deliver the outcome that this city wants. An ecological and recreational wonderland at the southern end of this city. Through our experience of years of guardianship and innovation, this would create significant, in our opinion, community participation and empowerment. I genuinely encourage you all to widen your lens, be bold in your vision and decisions, and most importantly, visit our property and see for yourselves what it is you have been asked to vote on. Thank you.
Invite members to ask any questions.
Could I also ask my cousin who's here and who's come across from Nelson just to say a couple of words?
Yeah, that's it. Okay. I'll give you 3 minutes.
That's fine. And
yeah, thank you.
I'm not wanting to reiterate what's been here, but firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and introduce ourselves. Hopefully it's useful for the people who we haven't met in the past to put a face to the family. We are a family. We are not a corporate developer. As Rafe's outlined, we've been here for a really long time. This district and the opportunities on that hill. Something else I'd say just quickly is that I'm from Nelson. As you've all no doubt heard, storms and forestry, wind throw and damage and erosion and sedimentation is a huge topic in Nelson, as it is around a lot of New Zealand at the moment. Nelson City Council have been through an external process over the last few years where they've been looking at the metrics of forestry on their land. The result of that has been that they've just chosen to retire 600 hectares of their own forestry on their own land because there was no economic benefit to the ratepayer and there was extreme sensitivity in the downstream environment, either through residential waterways or ecology or visual backdrop. I would just really caution the council here to consider what is the highest and best use of the Silverstream bird. It is going to be a challenging process to create access into and to turn it into its highest and best use, which is permanent ecology and recreational opportunity for the city. As Rafe said, I've been through this process. I live in a forest that is regenerating and has been turned into a thriving recreational and event space in the hills behind Nelson, which is very similar proximity and risks and opportunity to what has been shown here. We're already engaging with the great dynamic team from Trails Wellington about what the steeper slopes, which aren't appropriate for housing development, could look like for a brand new recreational opportunity, which would be significant on a local and indeed national scale. And they're super pumped about the opportunity to deal with a private landowner who's willing to look at locking up these sensitive areas in perpetuity. So as Rafe says, it'd be really good to be able to have the opportunity to show each of you the land if you're interested to walk through and see the opportunities and constraints and risks and how we approach those. And we also just want to really reiterate the history that Craig ran through. It's been an incredibly long journey for our family. We're talking, 20 years plus now. And a key touch point word for me is consistency. I've read the draft resolution that you guys are looking to vote on today. there's a paragraph in there that says there's no inconsistency in the approach taken by the Upper Hutt City Council if they do vote with this, and we take real exception to that, based on the journey we have walked with council over the last 20 years, and we would just ask that, you know, that consistency point is considered very closely before the vote is made. Thank you.
Thank you both for coming along and presenting. I just have one question for you, Race. You said that you presented to the open strategy review that we had previously. What was your position on that then? If you can recall.
If I can recall, and I'm thinking it was 2016, was that open spaces strategy then? It was around the recreational and ecological benefits that would flow from the development of our land, and the importance in terms of 100 years of ownership has allowed us to have a phenomenal quality of forest, not pine, forest.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll have Rachel Kingi. And Rachel Kingi is also going to, just in exceptional circumstances, because the other submitter told you how it go. Is that right? Are you speaking on behalf of someone else? Yes. So just given that we had a delay this morning, I'm happy to grant the Culver as well.
Yes.
Kia ora. Okay, Rachel, you have or yours.
But kia ora, thank you. Before I start, just like to acknowledge Finley for your kindness and thoughtfulness just now. So for me, I'm Rachel Kingi, and thank you for hearing my submission. I'm speaking today regarding the proposed transfer of Upper Hutt's water assets to Tiaki MetroWater Limited, effective 1 July 2026. I acknowledge the intent of the Local Water Done Well framework and the potential benefits of a coordinated metropolitan water entity. However, the recent OAA response I received from Upper Hutt City Council raises several issues that must be addressed before final approval. Firstly, asset valuation timing. Upper Hutt City Council is being asked to approve critical governance without knowing what we're going to run. The OAA confirms that Upper Hutt City Council's full asset valuation is not complete. WSP Limited is still conducting it, and it will not be finished until April to May 2026. Yet, Upper Hutt City Council is voting now in December 2025 on governance structures and transfer frameworks that will permanently affect Upper Hutt. This means that councils are being asked to make irreversible decisions without knowing the true monetary value of the assets they're transferring, whether the valuation fairly reflects decades of ratepayers' investment, how our valuation compares to other councils, or how valuation will influence our ownership shares or voting rights in the new entity. So no prudent council and no responsible elected member should be expected to approve such a transfer blind. I request that our council formally require completion and publication of independent asset valuations for all councils before any binding agreements are signed. This ensures fairness and prevents Upper Hutt from being disadvantaged relative to larger councils. Secondly, recognition of past investment is currently too vague and potentially inequitable. The OAA states that past upgrades will be recognised and reflected in Upper Hutt City Council's investment in the new entity. This wording is ambiguous, but offers no assurance on how ownership shares are calculated, whether past investment gives proportional influence, or whether councils with higher historical investment receive stronger voting rights. If Upper Hutt has invested prudently, and we have, then that investment must translate into fair governance weight and ownership share, not be diluted into a pooled regional balance sheet. I urge council to require a clear binding formula for determining ownership shares, voting rights, and representation on governance. Thirdly, debt transfer creates equity risks between councils. The OAA confirms that we will transfer all water-related debt to Tiaki. However, Upper Hutt's water debt is significantly lower than Wellington City's. If all debt is pooled into one entity without proportional governance weighting, smaller councils risk subsidising larger ones. I therefore ask us to require transparency on each council's debt position, a published debt equalisation methodology, and governance protections ensuring councils with lower debt are not disadvantaged in the decision making. And lastly, transparency for ratepayers. Full valuations and liabilities must be public. The community cannot meaningfully support the transfer unless we're provided with full valuation data, debt transfer schedules, and ownership share calculations. I ask our council to support mandatory publication of these materials to ensure ratepayer confidence. In closing, I support improved water management and regional collaboration, absolutely. But this must not come at the cost of Upper Hutt's financial position, local influence, or ratepayer equity. So until the valuations are completed, the ownership and voting formulas are known, and debt equalisation processes are transparent. It's premature and risky for Upper Hutt City Council to approve the binding governance arrangements of Tiaki. I respectfully request that Council delay approval until these fundamental financial details are finalised and available for public scrutiny. Tamahi.
Thanks. I'll invite you to read the second one before we go to questions. But I just request that if there's anything that's repeated, just to avoid the.
I haven't actually read his.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
And because I'm reading it on his behalf, I'm going to have to read it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were with him. No, I understand. Rachel, what we'll do.
We know. Yeah, we're friends now.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll do questions for you, and then I'll give you time to have a little look at that, and then go through that. So, any questions for Rachel?
I've got a copy of this for everybody too, and I'd like to table it with the minutes. So, and you have my email address if you have any
questions. Excellent. Well, I'll invite you to be now.
I'm now Dan.
And just to reiterate to the public, this is only given the circumstance this morning where he would have been able to present if he was still here, but that's the reason why I'm granting this exception for to read out his submission.
Sorry. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Zay and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dan Culver and I am an Upper Hutt resident. I support the intention to improve long-term water outcomes, but I remain concerned about several aspects of the transition to Tiaki MetroWater Limited, particularly now that the updated partners agreement has been released. My submission focuses on governance, transparency, and the protection of Upper Hutt must not be sidelined. The updated agreement now allows the appointment of an independent chairperson without requiring unanimous support and introduces fixed term appointments. While I understand the desire for efficiency, this change raises real concerns about how easily larger councils or majority blocks could consistently secure influence over leadership positions. Upper Hutt is one of the smaller partners. We cannot afford to be outvoted or overshadowed in decisions that directly impact our infrastructure, our investment priorities, and our ratepayers. I'm asking Upper Hutt City Council to ensure that leadership roles rotate fairly. No single group of partners can dominate appointments, and the governance structure protects the influence of smaller districts. These are not barriers, they are safeguards to maintain trust and equity in a shared governance model. Confidentiality and transparency. This cannot be a closed door system. The amended wording around reasonable obligations for confidential information. For residents, ambiguity means risk. Risk that valuations, financial modelling, debt allocations, or investment trade-offs may be withheld under the label of confidentiality. Transparency is essential to public confidence. If Upper Hutt is being asked to hand over critical assets and long-term responsibilities, then residents deserve clear visibility of what information may be withheld, who decides this, and what checks exist to prevent overuse of confidentiality clauses. I urge Upper Hutt City Council to push for explicit transparency requirements so the community can see the financial, operational, and governance foundations that will shape our city's water future. The board size and balanced representation. The update encourages maintaining a board above the minimum size, but does not require it. A minimal board risks narrowing perspectives and enabling decisions that do not fully reflect diversity of needs across the region. Upper Hutt has unique infrastructure challenges and distinct growth patterns. We need decision makers who understand those realities. I ask Upper Hutt City Council to advocate for this with robust representation that ensures smaller councils are not simply present but genuinely viewed. Moving to a metro-wide entity introduces uncertainty about how investment priorities will be set. Larger population centres could easily dominate the pipeline of upgrades and renewals. Upper Hutt needs strong assurances that our network will not fall to the bottom of the priority list, maintenance and resilience work will not be delayed, and regional decisions will not leave our community carrying disproportionate risk. These protections need to be clearly embedded, not implied, not assumed, and not left to interpretation. This reform is one of the most far-reaching changes to our local services in decades. If Upper Hutt's voice is not protected at the governance table, we will feel the consequences for generations, in our rates, in our service levels, and in the resilience of the infrastructure beneath our feet. I'm asking this council to insist on stronger safeguards before endorsing these agreements. Clear voting protections, explicit transparency requirements, and governance mechanisms that guarantee Upper Hutt a meaningful and durable voice. Without these, the transition risks undermining the very goals it claims to. That was from Dan.
Thank you for reading that for Dan.
I can't answer any questions.
No.
Sorry. I can probably try, but.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Excellent.
Thank you.
Come and carry on.
And we've had an update on that member of the public, and they're feeling a bit better, a bit more colour on their face. And the ambulance is still on the way. Well, kia ora, Simon Edwards, Council Framework. Thanks. We've got 5 minutes and then we can ask you questions.
Like Ray, it's Simon Edmonds like the big, yeah, that's right. I'm a professional engineer by training, and I am a volunteer as part of the management group for Eastern Street Railway here in Straight to the chase. We support option 1 in the item 4 agenda to send the proposed letter to we think council should be clear. We think this is being clear. We think you are new people, you have a new look to these issues, and new positions are possible. You're indicating that you are planning to consult further. Nothing, and test ideas with the community. None of that is unvalid, and none of that is ever irrelevant at this point. I think it would be fair to say that the priorities around for Upper Hutt, as well as the rest of New Zealand, change over time. And as other submitters have said here, there's history, but there's also what are we going to do next at this point. I think there's a couple of administration issues currently with council that always happen with a new direction. Currently, at the moment, the council website on plans and strategies on the Upper Hutt Southern Growth Area is still reporting back historically what the position of council was to provide approval for access through the Silver Stream Spur and growth area. Perhaps a look back at that would be appropriate now. I think you, as a council, I think it's not appropriate to rewrite history. You can't necessarily withdraw previous correspondence.
Just speak up a little bit, sorry, Simon.
Okay, yeah. I'm just saying, I don't think you can go back and retrospectively rewrite what previous councils have done in this case. A letter was sent about support for the fast track application. That letter was sent. A new council, however, should perhaps look at new evidence and a new evidence-based approach on whatever further support might give to fast track application going forward. It's very important is in our democracy that predetermination is not seen, and consultation is obviously the best place for that. I think, regrettably, perhaps on the plan change for the spur and the 49.1, the consultation really never happened. but the plan change was as prepared, and then the community responded. For Guildford Timber Company, I think it's important to restate that options have always existed to access their land to carry out a level of development. The spur has never been the be all and the end all. There are many ways to approach the land. There are many ways of levels of development that could be completed there. I don't think the spur is absolutely the be all and the end all for development of that place. If I could just further say, for the agenda item 6, the plan stop for the plan change 50. This is really in tandem at this point. Regretfully, we do support that proposal to withdraw the plan change 50. I think it is perhaps another case of a zero-sum outcome for a vast amount of input from all the people who have contributed to that case, including not being principal from getting it prepared, amount of submission. So perhaps it's not really a zero outcome, it's a steer to what a new plan change of 50 could be in this case. I think it's important to probably at this point pause and have another go. You don't have to close out the existing part. The wise choice is probably to leave it behind. I think from Silver String Railway's position, as I came up through the valley this morning, past the only traffic route around the spur, our railway skirts the bottom, that doesn't. In that case, we can think of our own history, and Upper Hutt is now come to a milestone that piece of track was constructed 150 years ago. So this weekend, we're going to celebrate that. We're going to run steam engines, and we're going to mark that milestone of the construction of that infrastructure that was so important that a few months later brought the railway to Upper Hutt. You're almost welcome to come on Sunday. Don't bring your best clothes. If you like 1875 clothing, you can dress up in that case, but we'd all love to see you in that case. That's me. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. Simon Evans, and apologies for that. Has had any questions? Councillor Ultra.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. You said that the spur is not the only access into the Guildford land. What other access ways are there?
There are access ways from both behind the ridge. There are other access ways directly through Sills. There are access ways through Noah Huts and Sport. All of those are potential. All of them have equal potential in that case. There are other stakeholders involved, so in that case. But I don't think the spur.
Councillor Dillon.
Through you, Your Worship. What's your stance on the engagement with GTC and what were the outcomes if there were any engagements between the Silver Stream Railway and the GTC?
Could I just clarify that we're ensuring that this question is in relation to the item at consideration, so not and not
you have been
further
and invited to participate in participation over various buildings over 11 years now. We have been given the opportunity to make our point, and we have listened and had points sent back to us.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Fabulous. Thank you so much for your time. Next up we have Teresa Homan. Kia ora, Teresa.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I am Teresa Homan, a resident of Upper Hutt for 66 years, a friend of the Hutt River. I'm a member of St Joseph's Catholic Parish Ecology, Justice and Peace Group. I'm the chair of the Upper Hutt Housing Trust, providing housing hard to house, and I work for Hutt Valley Best Beneficiary Advocacy Group. I am submitting on item 5 Tiaki. It is not my intention in my submission to address the document of intent, chapter and verse. This is the council's job. It is my intention to suggest what is important to the residents of Upper Hutt and should have priority in regard to the foundations of which this council will set requirements for the board and committee of Tiaki MetroWater to manage and maintain Upper Hutt's interests in the delivery of three waters on our behalf, and to the protection of Te Awa Karangi in delivering of those services, weakened by the proposal to eliminate the duly elected Greater Wellington Regional Council. I therefore seek the Council's commitment to the following: protecting the current and future assets of past, present and future ratepayers of Upper Hutt. You have entered into a contract to invest our assets and the required future funding of these assets into the hands of the corporation Tiaki MetroWater, with little council control on how these assets will be delivered and funded in the future. If you are to protect the delivery of a long-term funding for three waters by the Upper Hutt water users, you must have influence over Tiaki form and function, not simply now in funding on Tiaki operating principles, but in its long-term operation and service delivery. You must ensure that Upper Hutt has equitable decision-making with the other shareholding councils, already weakened by the inequitable representation of the 3-to-1 sharehold voting rights of Wellington City, as opposed to Upper Hutt's one vote, premised on the dubious claim that Wellington City brings more assets to the corporation and more funders, neglecting the fact that with greater assets and population come the greater funding costs for maintaining and replacement of these assets. This funding will be charged across the contributing councils and by user pay charges in the form of volumetric water metering, with which comes the financial restriction of access to water for residents, particularly on low incomes. People's right to access water must be protected while balancing the care of the source, Te Awa Karangi. The funding document needs to legally ensure continued ownership of residents' water infrastructure and assets and exclude the privatisation of water services. That Te Awa Karangi life force need to factor into any decision regarding the distribution of water and the delivery of three waters, so that it enjoys protection from excessive exploitation and potential defiling of it for dubious financial savings. MetroWater Partners Committee needs to have as of enduring right mana whenua representation along with shareholding councils of MetroWater. Mandatory compulsory residents advisory group as having oversight into MetroWater's operation and a commitment to implementing any public supported recommendations where appropriate recommended by the Whaitua Advisory Group. That a full and extensive report is provided annually as a matter of public information as to leaks and management of leaks on council network as opposed to suspected leaks on private owned. That all councils have equitable representation on the Council of MetroWater, the council-owned corporation, and all decisions required to be made by them are unanimous and have demonstrable wide public support. That central government does not have a vote on a shareholders group or with the aid of the Department of Internal Affairs, the ability to veto decisions made by the shareholding councils to further their transient political agenda. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Mayor. Teresa, thank you. Can you explain how you see this as a privatisation of water?
How I see, well, it's my belief that once the MetroWater or have full control of that along with that will come water meters. It's already been tried. It's very much, I think it's even in the pipeline now. And once that happens, it becomes a asset that is worth something. I mean, and it comes with obviously the debt to for the pipes and the maintenance. But I believe that then it becomes viable as something that can be owned. I liken that to what happened with our electricity.
Yeah, Councillor Kieran.
Can I just clarify, because having, obviously water has a value, yes, measuring that through a volumetric charge, that's different. Do you see that as different to privatisation versus actually being able to?
I think water meters or volumetric gives assurance to anyone who wants to buy into some form of business privatisation of water. It gives them assurance that they have the mechanism to charge people for that water. Yeah.
Thank you, through Mayor. But do you see that potential in the establishment documents to privatise our water assets?
Sorry?
Are you saying you can see in the documentation how we would be privatising those assets?
I see no safety that won't happen. And that's why I'm asking that be in the document, that there is safety so that it isn't available. I mean, Pat talked about how there's the ability for councils to sell their shares. Once you're able to sell your shares, it depends on who manages those shares, how they may get sold and who they get sold to. So what I'm asking is that there be protection so that doesn't happen.
Any other questions?
Is that?
I'm just asking if there's any other questions. Any other questions for Teresa?
Thank you.
Thank you. We have John Boyle from the Maymorn Collective. Kia ora, John, welcome. Once you're settled in, we'll start at 5 minutes.
Thank you everyone for hearing me. I'm part of the Maymorn Collective. People aren't aware of it. Approximately 9 properties, 40 hectares of land down on the northeast side of Parkside Road. We've been in liaison with the council since about 2018 in a very positive manner all the way through. There has been hiccups. I appreciate my understanding is that the PC50 is more than likely going to get a bit of a shift. The effort that we have put in to get where we need to be has been vast, including employing a commercial town planner. We wanted to keep that area as rural as we could, and I think it's a good flow on from Timarua and also the Maymorn farm now that's been developed. This goes back to 2012. It is documents that we're going to work around that area. Our benefits are that I've got a letter here from a previous main town planner here that the positiveness that they wanted things to happen, and they broke down each of our properties and gave us an idea of how many sections could go into there at the time. Appreciate things chop and change, but in essence, it was keeping what we were trying to develop there. Also, with the potential of the Maymorn station, all our properties are within 5 minutes walking to the Maymorn station that I'm talking about. There is other properties around the corner. So as a development area there with the flow on from the Maymorn farms, I think it would work very, very well. We used a physical barrier of the McLaren Street and the Big Dipper. So from there backwards is pretty much where our lands are. We are not commercial. We had all sorts of arguments with the Labor government through the council, and it wasn't the council's fault that we got banded in as a farm, where we're not. We look ourselves as being basically a residential properties with just this bigger backyard, so no commercial benefit at all. The last little stick that came along was the soil type 3, which I don't know if everyone knows about that. That was put in there. We don't know why. It should have been designated in a bit more better way, like commercial to non-commercial, but it wasn't. My understanding is that the new government have taken PC3 off. It's now just to be made official. We have waited long and hard to get our piece through, and with a lot of encouragement from the council, really pushing our our agenda through. They got held up with certain things, and the PC3 was the one that has held us up till now. I appreciate it's been a long-winded exercise, but how much long-winded exercise is it going to be and of benefit if the council pull back from the existing commitment that they had? I've heard arguments that there's could be problems down the track and we might end up being an expensive call that I can't answer to. But I would at least like to consider there's 2 or 3 items there that are in the old existing plan change. Ours included will be one of the main ones. We are giving consideration for whatever happens down the track, that we are considered in the system, and we can move on with it, preferably sooner than later. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? Through you, Zhang. Thank you for coming along, John. So with the paper that has been presented as part of the agenda, which is the options that you would prefer? There are 3 options there.
Yeah. Basically went down. I've got one paper here, which is settlement, which I think helps keep the land in a good way rather than that. We've been talked right down till, and another option which I do consider and a lot of consider is the 1,000 to 2,000 square metre sections, smaller sections. But I think we were trying to keep it in a rural perspective, but residential in type.
You're welcome to clarify the 3 options.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
Yeah. So under the 3 options, the recommendation for us is withdrawing the plan, which is option 1, which is what the officers have recommended to us as. But under the other 2 options, it comes at a cost to us. Yeah. But also it does open the door for any of those in Maymorn or anywhere in the rural to actually do a private plan change. Is that not something that you would entertain?
No, we did entertain it originally. We haven't gone back to that, to be fair. So we could certainly look at that. We were sort of encouraged just to hold back, I suppose, in general terms, with the encouragement from the previous council, just to hold back. I mean, we appreciate the PC 50, the 55 with Maymorn Arms, and we were looking at it again at that time, but we decided in consultation that we would just hold back because things were looking quite positive in the picture. I'd have to go back to the group and look at that. Nothing's guaranteed when we go through that sort of perspective, and with our time period that we've gone through now, I think we've learned quite a bit. Nothing's guaranteed, and there's no commitments from the council. Pretty much up to us to present things. But I think the big picture of what we were trying to achieve would work well, but particularly when we're centred around the Maymorn rail station, which is potentially going to improve itself in the future and bring stuff from the other railway through to the Maymorn railway station.
Just want to make a comment.
A comment?
Yeah. Oh, no, I won't. I'll leave it for you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor McLeod.
Through you, Your Worship. So John, I just would like clarification of what you would like us to do. Would you like us to consider another option, or would you like us to take the officer's recommendation and stop the plan change for?
I understand this to be the same question that was just asked. Yeah, we'll leave that because I think he has answered that question.
Yeah, we would like to keep it moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate the other side of it. There's been a lot of work put in both by the council and everyone else, not just me. There's other groups here that have put a huge amount of work in it, and it sort of feels like things are turning on a dime. I appreciate the commitment of finances, and that's not a guarantee that may happen down the track, that you guys are going to get yourself into a world of hurt further down the track. And I'm sure there's ways that you can talk through things as that too. The government's pretty positive about trying to encourage us to do all this stuff. So I'd like to think that they would work through existing plans now.
Any other questions? Fabulous. Thank you, John, for joining us. We now have Charlie Hopkins from Derived Consulting Group to join us, along with Zhang.
Hi, my name is Simon Zhang. I'm the owner of Cannon Point Development, and I'm a private property developer. We have been working with the council, Upper City Council, for the last 5 years, 5.5, 6 years almost, on this project. Cannon Point is not a new project. We have delivered 2 stages, total of 46 properties already, and now half of them are occupied. And we have 4 more stages designed, carefully designed with council inputs step by step, basically largely based on PC50 rules. So I would like the council to go for option 3 and just have Cannon Point basically continued as it is. And we had a conversation with the government as well, and they are happy and they're welcome and expecting a exemption from Upper City Council with Cannon Point. Yeah, I'll leave the rest to Charlie.
Thank you, Simon. Well said. So yeah, kia ora koutou. My name is Charlie. I'm here from Derived Consulting Group, speaking on behalf of Cannon Point Developments, who you just heard from, with regard to Plan Change 50, which is on your agendas today for voting. So yeah, welcome to the new council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. If I could draw your attention to page 114 of your packs, attachment 3, that is a district plan zoning map of Cannon Point Developments. Quite really shows operative and proposed. That just kind of puts a picture in your head of where we're talking about. A little bit about Cannon Point Developments. They've been highly involved in council planning processes. They're a submitter on PC50, they're a submitter on Regional Council Plan Change 1, Future Development Strategy. They've sort of been involved all along the way. Yesterday we heard about RMA replacement. The RMA was amended in August of this year, placing a prohibition on notification of new district plan changes. That RMA amendment clearly anticipates that there will be instances where existing plan changes need to proceed and doesn't prohibit them from proceeding. It actually sets out quite a few exemptions, which your staff have put in the paper for you. As Simon said, stages 1 and 2 of Cannon Point centred and mostly built underway. Civils are in, subdivisions completely signed off, on dwellings down. That just shows a commitment to the area. This year we've also have a granted resource consent from the Regional Council for stormwater, which could have been done well, but again, sort of shows our level of commitment to the area, and the design has at least passed that, which shows that it's feasible and sustainable. The previous council here has clearly earmarked the land for residential through the notification of Plan Change 50. And as Simon says, Cannon Point Developments has prepared a proposal and lodged a proposal for resource consent on that basis. So therefore, clearly the removal of PC50 under option 1 would hamstring us a lot with our current residents. As you heard from Patrick McKibbin earlier today, I mean, we're talking about bringing 120 plus houses to market. There's a lot of jobs in a recession, and would encourage council to not make that decision lightly. To conclude, as Simon said, we have met the Minister's office several times in consultation with them. They clearly anticipate that exemptions will be made to the prohibition. Plan changes can proceed. So we think that the risk to council is low in that regard. So yeah, for those reasons, Counterpoint Development asks you to vote for option 3A today in your packs, which is to amend Plan Change 50 to allow for residential rezoning to proceed. Option 1 would have very detrimental effects on local jobs, local houses. Thanks for your time.
I'll start with the question this time. So in your view, what is the impact of if we were to follow through with the plan stop, which is what the government framework proposes? What is the impact for the delay or cost in terms of what has to now be borne by the private developers versus the council?
Of course, that's a very good question. We have designed stages 3 and 4 very intentionally in line with PC50. At the end of the day, it comes back to density. How many houses per hectare can we fit on that land? Or at least what does the district plan anticipate we do with that land? What density do we build to? So at the moment under rural, we're talking hectares, we're talking one house on the land, maybe 6 at the most, you know. So removing Plan Change 50 really would be, it would put a spoke in the wheels for a good 12 to 24 months. Our options outside of that are a private plan change, which is feasible. It's not a particularly good climate for that, but that's available. A fast track consent, we're not listed in fast track, so we'd have to go through a referral process. That's possible. Or wait for RMA reform, essentially. But as we saw yesterday, we don't know what that looks like. We don't know when it's coming in. It's hearsay for now. It doesn't help us in the short term. So we have options available to us. The most streamlined option is option 3A for Plan Change 50 to proceed for residential. But yeah, the impact would be a delay of at least 1 year.
Sorry, when Charlie said 1 year, we designed stage 3 and 4, total of 295 houses 3 years ago. That's when PC50 first come online. And we've been back and forth with the council on how to design those, how the rules change over the years. That's why we are planning to start stage 4 now instead of stage 3. Because of the PC50 rule change over the years. That means we had about 100 lots designed, money spent, but sitting there. And we had to do stage 4 first. And now if we want to pull out PC50, that means I have millions of investments in there, which is not my money. And gone. 3 years, another 1 or 2 at least. Yeah, kind of the development will be gone. Let's put it this way. We can talk about other options and all that. And I've been carrying the interest. You know, we've been through 2 lockdowns. After that, I was still here, survived. And we're gonna go through another 2 years of no income. Just carrying on refinance after refinance after refinance to keep it going. I don't have the ability to continue. And the people that are working there now, they're going to lose their jobs. And we won't be talking about providing hundreds of more jobs in the future.
Does anyone else?
That's the impact.
So, Your Worship, you're speaking about jobs. How many people are working there that live in Upper Hutt? Or the companies that contract to you are based in Upper Hutt?
Based in Upper Hutt.
Yeah, they from Upper Hutt.
Currently on site, the 3 houses, at least 3 builders on 1 house. They're building right now. Right now, there are 6 houses going on the way. And then you got plumbers, sparkies, suppliers. It's a whole chain. It's not just one trade. And we have delivered 17 houses already. As I said, half of those houses are occupied. But compared to the current stage, the next stage is much bigger.
Through you, Worship, just to clarify that those tradies, are they from Upper Hutt or are they from the region?
They're from the region.
They're from the region, yeah.
Yes.
So you talked about sorry, I've got another question. You talked about the investment that you've made to date. Could I just clarify, because this is a council-led plan change where we've done the work to get to this point, acknowledging that requires some consultant time. When you were talking about that figure, is that in relation to your work to get to this point in the plan change rather than any physical works that you have done? Because clearly that's separate from the plan change proceedings, which hasn't been finalised.
They're just my private funding for the project.
Your private funding, yeah. Okay.
So spending to date would be categorised as submissions on plan changes 1 and 50, and then civil design, landscape design, resource consents for stages 1 and 2 and 3, and
separate from the plan change, to be clear.
There's overlap, but yes.
Anyone else have a question? Excellent. Oh, sorry, it's a very slight hand raise.
Your worship. For your last section 4, has the roads been formed for that? Have you got no roads, no drains, no infrastructure ready for them, but you know where you want to put it?
Roads and drains are in for stages 1 and 2.
Right.
And so naturally 4 would plug into 2, 3 is off to the side. So there are no roads in stage 4 guys, but they will. It's a logical extension of where we already are up to.
Is that up the hill? You've gone right across the ridge.
Yep.
And is level stage 4, is that going into the hill?
On the top of the hill.
On the top of the hill.
There's a old river terrace. If you're standing at Tortita Park looking up at Cannon Point, stages 1 and 2 are straight in front of you, and then 3 and 4 stay on that terrace, wrapping around that side. They don't go up or down.
3 is on the left, 4 is on the right.
It's like a river terrace.
Right. There's a T. Once you go up the Cannon Point, it's a T.
We can provide this information.
Yeah, I was just looking at the infrastructure that will need to, but no, that's fine. No, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, thank you so much for
thank you.
Your time, Councillor.
I just want to thank everyone for your patience today. It's we have quite a lot of speakers, so we have to give everyone the chance to have their 5 minutes, but it has been a long morning already. I would like to invite someone who is very familiar with this institution, Chris Upton from Mangaroa Farms. Could you please?
Thank you, and my address is not out of disrespect. Reality, and I swore I'd never find another share once I left this building. Yeah, congratulations, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and returning councillors and new councillors. Fantastic to be here, although on the other side of the table, which always feels a little bit weird, to be brutally honest. I'm here today to talk about Plan Change 50. As you know, my name is Chris Upton, and I'm the CEO at Mangaroa Farms. As an organisation, we steward around 3,000 acres of rural land, and to the best of my knowledge anyway, we are one of the largest, we're not a private landowner, we're a community trust, so but one of the largest landowners in the city. What happens with rural policy and PC50 affects us directly, but it also affects, in my view, the wider integrity and credibility of Council's planning system. Today I want to speak to 3 things. What happened, why we are now at this point, my view, and what Council should learn as we move forward. What happened? The story that we as Mangaroa Farms lived through and the wider community lived through. I want to be very clear. PC50's process began incredibly well. The 2021 draft was one of the best examples of rural planning engagement that I have seen. It was Ike Boss at the time, if I remember his name, led that process. There was wide community buy-in, a rural working group, Mary Beth was on that, Bob, good communication, clear advice from council officers and landowners, including us, and some that have now left and sold up, made decisions and investments based on that advice. In fact, Mangarawa Farms withdrew a resource consent because we were encouraged to put our eggs in the P50 basket. And we did so willingly because of the process at that time felt transparent, collaborative and fair. Unfortunately, there was change in staff and then silence. There were no updates, no explanations for delays. At Mangarawa Farms and among our neighbours, we assumed no news was good news. But inside council and at central government, so it's not all one council, something major was happening. The NPS, highly productive land arrived and changes to that. And suddenly the vast areas of rural Upper Hutt were captured as luck 1, 2, but mainly 3, which is the valley floor in Whiteman's Valley, big portions of it. This fundamentally reworked the entire PC50 structure. Yet, at that time, the community had heard nothing. As someone who has, as you know, worked in this environment, I understand how all-consuming national policy change can become. You look inward, you get on with the job, but the community doesn't live in that world. They don't know, and I don't know what policy, well, I do know what national policy statement is. They don't see the early signals, they only hear silence. Ironically, we only heard about the NPS HPL by accident. I was having a casual coffee with CEO prior to Geoff in April 2023. Even though we were one of the largest landowners in the district, we had no idea what was coming. I then organised a meeting with Helen Hamilton, the former director, myself and Brian Monaghan, the trustees, in May 2023. Something was up, but there was very little information coming forward. I said to Brian as we left, I don't know what's happening, but there was absolutely no eye contact and no engagement. It felt like we were the enemy. Follow-up email finally within a couple of days confirmed that no one had explicitly said. Settlement zones were gone, rural lifestyle was gone, this is an our block. Much of the 2021 draft, as we knew it, was being abandoned. 5 months went by from that time. We got this letter from Helen and still no public communication. Then on the 4th of October 2023, a completely transformed version of PC50 appeared, no prior warning. Unrecognisable from the 2021 draft, and yet community was given 4 weeks to respond. It's not clear in the paper you're reading. Political environment made the 4th of October notification strategically very risky, in my view. There was an extremely important contextual point missing from the council report. By mid-2023, it was becoming increasingly likely, based on public polling, that the National and ACT would form a next government. In February, March 2023, major polls already had National and ACT slightly ahead. By June, July 2023, the right bloc had opened a sustained lead. And it was likely through all the election manifestos. That's it, beautiful. The RMA reform was almost guaranteed, and there had been inklings that NPS HPL was politically vulnerable, and particularly the inclusion of Class 3 land. This is not in hindsight, this was observable at the time. If you were a betting person, the odds were leaning that way. Yet despite the growing likelihood of major policy change, Council notified the most restrictive NPS HPL driven version of PC50 10 days before the election. Ironically, the government's current proposal to remove LUT 3 from the NPS HPL now makes the 2021 draft PC50, which there was wide community support for, the version most aligned with emerging national direction.
Chris, I'll get you to stop there. Sorry, we've come to the end. If you have one last statement, you're welcome to.
I guess what I would request is I think there's an opportunity to go back to something similar to the 2021 draft. Under option 3B, I think there may be a different option if the closest one. Since that time, we've also purchased the Berkel block, which came out as an absolute surprise to the community, and we have no plan on doing anything like 100 homes, which was initially proposed. We may do 7. My closing remark is, I guess, everything we said in February 2024, in my view, has now come true. We are not here to say, I told you so, but we are here to help ensure the next chapter is better. Please don't be silent.
Thank you. Can I ask councillors if anyone has any questions for Chris Upton? I'd like to ask, I'll ask and then I'll go to you next. I'd like to ask in terms of the private plan change process to follow through that potentially aligns with what you're suggesting of is that what's the implications for Mangaroa Farms of looking into that as an option?
Yeah, we could do a private plan change. What's really frustrating is that back in 2018, 2019, it was, get them behind PC50, we'll push this through, it'll work. And so we've stalled and hope that we can work together to make this happen. And I guess a private plan change will only impact our land. Yes, it's a significant holding, but there is a lot of other change in the valley. And and I guess logically, what came out in the draft at the moment, it just doesn't make logical sense. If you walk through the valley, there's rural lifestyle where Angela McLeod lives, is zoned rural production in the draft. It's not, it's rural lifestyle. The other side is zoned rural lifestyle. It's not, it's rural production. It just makes no sense. So yeah, frustrating.
Stand, Councillor Ultra. You had a question.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Option 3B is your preferred option. Which parts of that would make the most difference to you? Which aspects of that are
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Anything that gets us back to the draft in 2021, which is really clear, the documents are there. Again, it was well supported, set up with a rural committee that came together, and the only reason why it was pushed out was because of the SHPL.
As far as
thank you, through you, Your Worship. Would there be an appetite from Mangaroa Farms to reach out to others on who have similar views as you with regard to possibly being let down with a plan change to collectively do a private plan change? Would that be an appetite for Mangaroa Farms to do a collective plan change with others that have similar sentiments to you?
Yeah, I think logistically that would be pretty hard work, because all of a sudden it wouldn't really be a private plan change, I suppose. But we'd like to work with council to achieve something, because it's just we're lucky that we can kind of burden some of this, but it's incredibly frustrating.
No, thank you.
Any other councillors have any questions?
Well, I think the other, just one thing I would state is just around communication. Like there's people not here today because they knew nothing about it. So when I left council, I forgot about council, to be fair. I didn't get any notification about this. I had an email said I'd get notification. I didn't get anything, maybe because our contacts are wrong or something, I'm not sure. But it's nothing that came out. So I don't know whether other property owners within the valley heard it. So don't take, although there's a few people here, don't take a relatively small percentage of the population as people that aren't interested. They just don't know.
We'll address that later. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. This is why I was going to mention it later, but this is why we made the meeting 9 AM. So if you had a meeting with us long of an agenda, we would be here. So just an FYI. Next we have Bob Ankur to talk about the plan stop.
Morning, Worship, Deputy Mayor, councillors. My name is Bob Ankur. I live in Catherine Mansfield Drive with my wife. We built our home there in 1983. My daughter, her partner and my granddaughter built their home adjacent to us. I'm active in the community, well known to Councillor MacLeod, Councillor Swale, Councillor, I forgot you when I was doing my notes.
You're forgiven, I think.
I regularly submit to council in respect of plan changes and also Greater Wellington Regional Council in respect of proposals that affect and impact on the Upper Hutt community. I was a member of the original focus group that worked with the planners during the formulation of the original BC50 proposal. It should be noted that original proposal was very different from the version that was notified following consideration of planners' understanding of the National Policy Statement, Highly Productive Land. Planners note that the Berkel precinct is no longer appropriate, as the new landowners have no wish to proceed with the original format, as Chris has just told you. It strikes me as peculiar that it was considered appropriate to do the Berkel precinct, which the planners themselves say in their notes required deviation from a number of known and accepted standards in planning, and that they had to formulate the precinct to get around those particular parts of plan, which seems to me to be a little bit dodgy, to say the least. And that's the opinion of a number of the community. Residents were strongly opposed to the concept, and they considered it to be unacceptable and inappropriate. And I confess to being material to organising the groups of residents around that area. We held a series of meetings, and most of them had attendance of 50, 60 local residents. And you will note that there's 260 odd submissions, and I think you'll find the vast majority of those came from those residents in that area. Residents of the rural area have lived with the uncertainty and ill-conceived concepts, such as the gun club acoustic envelope, and God only knows where that one was dreamed up from, because it just won't work and it's a nonsense thing. And they've lived with it for far too long. In a previous existence, I worked for a major corporate, and they had been planning a massive new system and been working on it for over 18 months. But in the course of planning, they had made a number of assumptions that were diametrically wrong. And at the end of it, there was just a tangled, convoluted mess, somewhat similar to the situation we have now with Plan Change 50. You could have continued, and you, your worship, will know from your own experience that if you start with a mess and you continue, the mess perpetuates itself through to the end result. And so the only thing that we could do was can the whole thing and start again from scratch. So we took 18 months to 2 years worth of work, threw it in the bin, started again. We had a workable system up and running in less than 6 months. My opinion is Plan Change 50 should be canned totally, and council make a commitment to engage in active consultation in the same sort of manner that we did originally with Plan Change 50, and make a concerted effort. And I believe that it would be possible to get an operational plan change into place within 6 months. That will give the community developers the certainty that they need. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining us today. Next up, we have Stephen Pattinson, Director of Flood Us NZ.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for this opportunity to speak today. Agenda item 4, Silverstream Spur. Yes, Council should send the letter advising GDC that the Silverstream Spur land is not considered surplus at this time. However, this position conflicts with Council's earlier letter of the 2nd of May 2024 to the Fast Track Approvals Ministers, which stated that Council intended to provide approval for access through Silverstream Spur for GDC's development. Because these two positions are incompatible, we suggest Council formally withdraw the 2nd of May 2024 letter. This would give the public clarity about Council's current intentions for the spur, while not affecting GDC's existing listing under the Fast Track Approvals Act. Agenda item 6, stopping plan change 50. If Council approves this today, and we ask that you do, we sincerely thank you for withdrawing plan change 50. We, along with 210 other further submitters, were concerned that GDC sought to rezone the entire Pinehaven Silverstream Ridgeline from general rural to general residential for medium density housing, while providing no detail until the hearing, effectively bypassing proper public scrutiny. Withdrawing plan change 50 does not stop GDC's rezoning ambitions. As noted in your report, submitters wishing to pursue large-scale residential or greenfield development may lodge a private plan change at their own cost or seek fast-track consenting, which GDC is already doing. And agenda item 5, Tiaki Y MetroWater. We respectfully ask Council to defer approval of the Tiaki Y foundation documents until after March 2026. Because the regional governance structure Tiaki Y relies upon may not exist in 3 months if government abolishes Greater Wellington Regional Council. The implications for Upper Hutt residents and council are too uncertain to proceed now. Our current understanding of the situation is Upper Hutt's debt blowout, what councillors are really handing over. Upper Hutt City Council's debt has risen from about 49 million to about 179 million in the last 4 years. And there may be pressure to shift the Three Waters debt immediately. But doing so also hands over 50 to 55 million of new Three Waters assets that ratepayers just funded, and permanently removes local control over drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, and flood risk management. A short-term debt fix comes at the cost of losing assets, influence, and public voice. This is not just offloading debt, it is offloading control. Despite being described earlier as a council-controlled organisation, Tiaki Y is not a council-controlled organisation. Councils become shareholders in name only, with no power to direct investment, borrowing, water charges, or flood risk management. All real authority sits with the Tiaki Y board and national regulators. After July 2026, democratic voice disappears. Once Tiaki Y begins, communities lose democratic control over water, over stormwater planning and flood risk management. There is no requirement for public consultation. These decisions shift from elected representatives to an unelected board of directors. What Tiaki Y bills could look like. We think Upper Hutt households currently pay roughly $2,000 a year for Three Waters bundled into rates. Under the Water Services Delivery Plan, charges may rise to about $5,000 by 2034, or around $7,000 with full compliance costs, and that's on top of council rates. Meanwhile, Upper Hutt City Council faces large liabilities, Under Tiaki Wai's multi-billion-dollar borrowing program, which is about 25 billion over 30 years, for upgrading 3 waters infrastructure across the region, Upper Hutt's, say, 5% share of a modest Tiaki Wai debt of 2.2 billion would expose Upper Hutt to about $110 million liability, which is about twice your annual revenue. Major uncertainty if Greater Wellington is abolished. Tiaki Wai's whole structure depends on a 5-council partnership, including Greater Wellington. If government abolishes Greater Wellington, Tiaki Wai's ownership, governance, environmental oversight, and flood risk management responsibilities must all be reassigned. I'll just come straight to my summary appeal. We ask Council to defer approval until after March 2026. Tiaki Wai's design assumes Greater Wellington's participation, but Greater Wellington may not exist by 2027. A brief deferral allows Council to understand the consequences and to consult residents on how they want the Mayor to represent Upper Hutt in any replacement regional body. Thank you.
I'll ask councillors if they have any questions for Stephen Benson. Thank you very much for joining us. Next we've got sorry, I think this was for me. Next we've got Mary Beth Taylor to join us. Kia ora, Mary Beth.
Hello, it's still morning. Good morning.
It is.
Good to see the familiar faces. Mary, good to see you, and really great to see the new faces. So much of what I was going to say has already been said, but just a little preface, because I want to do this on my property too. When you own a property and you want to develop a property, there is a huge level of speculation. Certainty is very low on the list. Speculation, risk is up. So, you know, the sands do shift. Legislation at all levels of government is a bit of a tangled mess right now. So in terms of Plan Change 50, I think it's very prudent, very wise. And I was on the original group, and it was a well-settled group, a well-settled plan. And the community consultation was really strong and robust. But now it's a different story. And at all levels of government again, everything is shifting. We've had 3 goes at Plan Change 50, it's the 3rd go. How much time, money? I mean, I could do an OIA request to get the cost of consultants. How much has been put into it? How much has been lost? So I would prefer to stop it. First option, just stop it now. See if we can see the legislation around us settle, so that we have a little bit firmer ground to work with. The other thing that's not mentioned, elephant in the room, is there is a national election next year. And who knows what changes that will bring, further changes. So as ratepayer, I don't want to see any more of my money going into this sort of a risky deal. I want to have some strong foundation to build Plan Change 50 on. And yes, there's a lot of good material in the original Plan Change that was negotiated back 2021, 21. So there is not like all is lost. We don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So that's my feelings about Plan Change 50. Too risky out there, shifting all around. Let's not waste any more money until things settle. But the Silver Stream Spur is now designated as a natural open space. And it's tied up in the ports, as you know. We also know that an infrastructure corridor through it is not consistent with natural open space, the most protective designation for our open space in Upper Hutt. So, you know, that's a problem. We also know that the Guildford Timber Company has multiple access routes to their land. So, and this is not about PC 50, whether they get consent to build to do a subdivision. That's not what it's about. It's about natural open space, Silver Stream Spur. So thank you for drafting the letter, whoever's responsible for those good words. And congratulations on proactively and clearly clarifying council's position on this. So I do support the option 1. In addition, I support sending the same letter of which confirms the consultation aspect of the community as well. Send that letter to Ministers Bishop, Shane Jones, and Simeon Brown to inform them clearly that Silver Stream Spur is not up for grabs. and that the future of the spur will be decided through community consultation. Very important that they understand this. And there has been ongoing communication and comments from the community on social media. And the community has not been happy. I'm talking about the appeal process now and the court process, which is, it's been fraught with problems as well. But the community is not happy with the weak role that council and councillors, and I don't even know if you are aware of what's going on with this appeal. The weak role that our councillors seem to be playing in this appeal. There are three parties here, Silverstream, Rail, Forest and Bird, and council, they're pushing back against this appeal. Council has been sitting on the fence as far as.
That's not in the discussion.
Yep, okay, so we asked you to step up. And it looks like you're doing that, and thank you very much, but there is more to do. It is a really good letter. And two more actions I'd like to see happen is, as mentioned by a previous presenter, is to, we may not be able to withdraw that fast track letter, but we may be able to delete the bottom paragraph. Here it is. Now that paragraph says, council is owner of Silverstream Spur and intends to, in principle, that funny thing that means nothing, provide the necessary approval for access to Silverstream Forest via Kiln Street, via a roading and infrastructure corridor through the spur. This is predetermination and totally inconsistent with the lovely letter that is included in the agenda. So if not withdraw the fast track, inform those ministers of the letter, send them a copy, and try to withdraw that final paragraph that certainly does say that our council is supporting an infrastructure road through the spur. So I think you will see that really clearly. Now, in terms of the spur, the second thing that I would like to see happen is in considering the future best use for the spur. And that would include setting up a subcommittee, which includes community council members. We already have Silverstream, Rail, Forest and Bird and council working effectively for the spur. And create a plan to remove pines, restoration, create habitat, additional features, and loose timelines, budget. Most of that would be volunteer work. But the other thing that I'd like to see happen, which is happening globally, is with the, I'm talking now about Tiaki Y. Sorry, I'm jumping around on that. I'm under a lot of pressure.
I'll just get you to finish wrap up there.
Yeah, I will. And to start forming a group to give personhood to our river, much like the Maunga Taranaki, much like Awa Whanganui. And this is such a critical with the mana, everything that is here. I've given you a copy of what I wanted to say. So it's not just the human water that resource that we get. It's the resource for all of the habitat, the biodiversity of the area, all of this. And with increased growth, increased pressure, and they want to take more water. So we need to start working, and it has to be done with iwi, and that would be Te Ati Awa, to protect Te Awa Karangi. And this is how they got this through for Whanganui. So
Beth, I'll stop you there because we've been through past the 5 minutes.
You haven't been to the personhood, so even through the sustainability strategy, this is a project for that. So very important. If you want protection, you want the river to be available for everyone, not just humans, you have to make a statement. The mana of that river is at stake. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Mary Beth? Thank you, Mary Beth. Just got a couple more speakers. We've got Kate Fabian next. So after that, and just to let everyone know, we will probably take a break after we finish the public forum because we'll be due for that, and it might be a half-hour break for lunch so that we can continue on after that. But
Deputy Corey White was going to be reading my husband's, but if I can congeal them,
yes, please.
Then we'll probably get them done in 5 minutes.
That would be excellent.
That's possible.
Yeah, if you can read them together, I won't.
Because we sort of top and tail them.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you, Kate.
So we were going to talk about the GTC data. Most of that's been done. So I'm going to pass on that one. Item 5, Te Akawai. The foundation letter of expectation document does not seem to have any changes from being the HCC and now coming to Upper City Council. There's no real changes there that we can see, apart from a few dates. Here are a few questions and points to ponder and maybe ask yourself on the letters of expectations when you're assessing what's going on with the water. Number 3, regional harmonisation of water changes over the medium to long term. What does medium to long term mean? 8, effective monitoring by its partnership and customers. How will this be checked and reported? Number 9, our expectations. Who is councils, Tiaki partners and community? Number 10, ensure transparency and avoid price shocks. How will this be done? 11.1, setting water charges in line with the amounts in the council's long-term plans. Will this be the LTP number of the revised annual plan numbers? It's a question you probably need to ask. 11.2.3, affordability for customers. What will this be based on? 18.1.8, performance indicators. Where are these and how will they be measured and reported? 18.2.2, summary, document of clarifying any significant changes to the key projects or costs. Is this the mechanism to up costs over the LTP numbers in year 1? That's another question to ask. 20.4, a stormwater service level agreement will be established. We feel that this should be made public and there should be the same for water and waste. 28.4, existing partnerships agreements and relationship charter endure till 30th 2027. What happens after this date? Others have talked about that as well. 29, this does not include affordability for the customers. 32.4, climate change lens over every decision and reduce emissions. Is there a target for the emission reduction? 36.1 talks about minimal disruptions. What is the definition of minimal? 36.4 highlights restoring services as quickly as possible. What's the measure of quickly as possible? 38.2, Tiaki being open and transparent on how the charges for water services. This is great and will be a breakdown of where the charges are going. So there's some questions I think need to be asked. There's so many grey areas in this that I think it needs to be deferred. Also, what else have we got here? The Greater Wellington Regional Council, they can be established, and the implications of this, if this occurs, how will Greater Wellington Region withdraw from the agreement when there is a commitment for 10 years for each council up front? Item 21.F of the paper. That's a real big concern. If it is disestablished, as the government is talking about, what happens to the remaining of that time frame? We also believe that while we're talking about water, that the council should push for the Silverstream and Pinehaven flood maps to be included in the Wellington water flood map submissions, because that's also going to be something that people need to know, and at the moment it seems to not be part of that. We spent a lot of time talking to the community over the last year and during the candidacy, the leading up to the elections. Not much was said about water. Nobody really seemed to want to touch it. This is just one page of just a few of the concerns that the public have had. Everything from, you know, hey, I'm going to disconnect my water. I don't give a, you get the picture. But what they don't realise is that in 1974 Act is that if you're within 100 metres of a water source, a town water source, you will be charged 50% regardless. These are little things that people are not understanding, and we need to get the information out there. It's really scary. Some people still don't even believe we're getting water for this. So you guys need to step up and start letting the community know what's happening, in my opinion.
Thank you, Kate, and speaking on behalf of yourself and Paul Fabian as well. I have a question first off. You mentioned at the beginning that you wanted to talk about the GTC letter, but that you agreed with other submitters. Could you mention what your position is on that, whether you suggest we send a letter?
But you need to look at the last paragraph, but I also don't think it was probably money well spent. You've basically just gone over old ground.
So in relation to the sending of the letter to Yorkshire Timber Company, are you in support of sending that letter or not in support of?
Not in support of sending. Okay. The one thing I did forget to do, which I think if possible, because it's a congratulations to the council, is that calling out the 6% debt share of the council's documents and anticipated number would also be helpful for the community and how the number affects Upper Hutt and the community. So I just wanted to congratulate them on the 6% price. Yeah.
Would anyone else like to ask? Phyllis, thank you for joining us. And for your patience. See. We've got two submitters, two members of the public left to speak. They're Blisset.
Last one. All right. Good. Sorry, and I brought the 8th partner of Tiaki Y. All right.
That always brings us a little mementos for any new councillors. I've seen mementos report. Thank you.
I just want to say congratulations. Early indicators are that the change has been a positive one. I'm here about item 4, Silver String Spur. I do support the letter. I want to say thank you for acknowledging the many voices of Upper Hutt. Item 5, Tiaki Y. Firstly, I want to say that if this was someone on the other end of the phone to your elderly parent, you would advise them to hang up immediately. Anything pushed through this quickly and forcibly would suggest a scam. Just recently, I learned of a community that chose to go it alone. They let the DIA know and it was rejected. You have supposedly been given options that you were never allowed. Recently, we've seen over 1,700 schools, all of them from Upper Hutt, that have responded to the commitment to continue to honour the Te Tiriti. So, if councils had conversed with other councils and actually banded together and say, no, we're not going to tolerate this, we might have been able to do a bit of a pushback. I realise it's too late, but we've actually played a little bit of a victim in this role. I did submit to the Hutt City Council on this. My concerns that I raised were, and I don't know if any of them have changed. I tried to find them, but time wasn't of the essence. They were changing it from unanimous to 66.6%. So Wellington had 3 votes, Hutt Valley has 2, Greater Wellington, Porirua, Upper Hutt has 1. Now, that means that they only have to form an alliance with one other party, and that puts our vote, basically that outvotes us. The other requested verification that protections would remain in place for both Te Tiriti and Te Tao, regardless of what happens with the regulatory standards bill fast tracking and changes to the RMA. At the time, the legal firm did confirm that as long as we were quite strong in our terms of easement, I can't remember which one it is, that they would be safe regardless. So I just wanted to establish that. The review of no later than 5 years is far too generous. If things go wrong, 5 years is a long time to pull things up. You can sink a ship in that time. The company must comply. This is 3, water organisation requirements, page 23. The company must comply with all applicable statutory and regulatory obligations relating to Māori and the Treaty of Waitangi, including those set out. So I would assume that this would guarantee that our mana whenua partners have voting rights, and that's my understanding that they are partners with no voting rights, and I don't think that's fair. So I'd like to see that we allow that. 12.7 on page 29, the director has a maximum term of 4 years. The review is not required until year 5. That means the director can jump ship a whole year before the review. And also just reiterating 18.3, the governing law, this document is governed by the law of New Zealand. I still wanted assurance that the protections would be in place for Te Tiriti and Te Tao Te Tile regardless of what happens. And as Pat mentioned, on 12, page 85, the customer charter, we'd like to see the community engaged in that charter. It is about us after all. Page 86, making use of existing knowledge. Please include Mautorangi Māori, the Whaitua reports, both of them, Te Mana Otawai and Te Awa Kairangi. Finally, as a friend of, actually it's not quite finally, sorry, as a friend of Te Awa Kairangi, let's restore the Māori of the river and place it up front and centre to give her personhood. So my issue is with growth is mentioned often. How long do you think we can keep filling a bucket with a hole in it? Where is the cap? We are flushing our toilets with expensively treated water. We are becoming codependent, not resilient. Resilience is not building more lakes and exhausting the water sources to the point of total dehydration. You and I are water. Wairua means two waters. Replace growth with post-growth and improve what we currently have. Include hydraulic neutrality, permeable whenua, and environmental protection and sustainability. We should all be harvesting water and incentivise using less. Less is more. Right. So I'm going fast because of time. Item 6, PC 50. I really don't know what to say about this. The hours that the community invested in consultation and submissions have been huge. There are changes at Central that determine what we can and can't do. Perhaps put on hold until we know what the impacts are. Item 8 and 9, Tiaki Wai, which as you know means going into the water. As a friend of Te Awa Kairangi, I'd like to see a subgroup that does just this. We have 5 tributaries feeding into the river. That alone supplies half the Wellington water. The new company will look after the 3 waters, who will ensure protection of our friend Te Awa Kairangi and all who live in and around her. Increasing rates of algae, which is natural and naturally smaller quantities, is the river screaming, I am unwell? How many humans have ignored these health warning signs until it's too late?
Yeah, I'll get you to wrap up on your phone.
Yep, no, that's all right. There was only the default workshops. Yes, please. Transparent, that'd be great. And can we change public drain to stream?
Fabulous. Thank you for wrapping that up so quickly. No problem. Councillor Cloud has a question for you.
Through your worship, I just want to clarify where you talked about a subgroup. What do you mean a subgroup? I quite like the idea. I just want to test what you were meaning by a subgroup to look after Te Awa Kairangi.
So it just feels like, because I did look at it and it looks like environment and climate change, it is also clumped in with, I could be wrong, I was trying to read it in a hurry, and with infrastructure and growth so it feels like we've watered down the river. So we've got a water, Tiaki Wise now is looking after the 3 waters, but there's nothing that sort of says, let's put water or the river and all the tributaries up front and as a focus, because actually, as has been said before, there's no reason why we can't consider a personhood. So let's not water the water down.
Any further questions for Councillor Dillon?
Through your worship, thank you, Heather. I probably just want to clarify on PC 50, what option do you?
I've heard all of the submitters today, and I'm a little bit mixed. I'm not quite sure what would be the best course of action, but I do know a lot of people did submit. It just feels a little bit exhausting when you're constantly going back to the table and having to resubmit to ensure protections. But at the moment, the current council is looking like they're listening to the voices of the majority, so I have more faith. So, I'm going to leave that in your hands. Sorry, I can't answer that one.
Thank you.
Any other questions for? No. Excellent. And we have one last submitter, and thank you so much for your patience. Harkness. Oh, is that right? We have one last question. That's right. Yeah. Got us. So, thank you so much for hanging around.
Right, I'm here on behalf of 3 sets of landowners regarding the Heretaunga Drain declaration of public drain. I'm going to try the too long did not read summary for you. Essentially, we favour option 2, which is the declaration of the entire drain being public, so that consistency of maintenance can be achieved. However, we support that in principle, because at the moment, neither you nor I nor anybody else knows how many assets there are that cross the drain, feed into the drain, or what their state of health is. Until you do that, until you do the condition assessment, you can't commit to actually undertaking the work. So you're flying blind. So what we're suggesting is that as an urgency, the condition assessment be undertaken, that at this council meeting, you adopt the idea of option 2 in principle, which gives you justification for the costs associated with the condition assessment, expedite the condition assessment alongside the landowners concerned, and then come back for a formal declaration. I don't agree with one of the earlier speakers that it should be a stream, because that implies riparian access, and particularly for those of us, there are 3 parties I'm speaking on behalf of. In each case, the drain bisects our properties. So we've got land on both sides. The last thing we need is Joe Public wandering along hunting eel or anything else. So we want it to be a public drain for all that it is a stream. It runs 365, 24/7, because it's draining so many little streams throughout. The photographs I put in the submission date from, I believe, 1976, when there were catastrophic flooding, and those photos are all of Terminus, where literally one of the access bridges was this far underwater. So people couldn't access their home. The garage was full of water. We don't want that to happen. Climate change is going to exacerbate this. So too will infill housing. For example, we're aware of the fact that there is a 12, I think, property resource consent on the corner of Kempsey and Coates Grove that will directly impact into my section of the drain, while they will be required to mitigate stormwater drain off from that, and the amount of hard stand that is going to go with 12 properties replacing 3. You've got the potential to quadruple the amount of stormwater that goes into the street from that particular. And further up, if the spur goes on, then that will just exacerbate things further downstream. So what we're strongly suggesting, and there's a whole bundle of process suggestions in the paper, I'll leave those to be taken as read, is that you adopt option 2 in principle at this point in time, expedite the condition assessment, work with the property owners, which would be good, because when we got the letter explaining that we might be affected, it didn't tell us why we were, didn't tell us how we would be affected, it didn't even tell us the status of the current drain. So we were operating from a perspective of complete ignorance, actually. And if we can sit down and discuss the bits, we've got a footbridge across the drain, because we've got a structure on the far back. Others have access bridges, there's private stormwater, there's private sewage, there's gas links, there's electricity links, there's that get carried by some of the public bridges. So you need to find out just exactly what the status of those is before you actually commit to taking on the responsibility, in some cases, for damage that has been done by council assets to private property. So that's me. I'm done. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Through you, your worship. I just wanted to ask you what you thought of the difference between a drain and a stream when they're both their purposes for the drainage of storm water, and they all lead to another stream in the main river. And I just wondered if it would, be acceptable to you to call it a managed stream as suggested by another significant.
As long as there is no implication of riparian rights. So access to the stream banks.
Right, so it's public.
So it's public access that is the issue. The last thing we want is to have people wandering through our property scaring our pussycats.
Okay.
Or just not know who's turning up and why.
So council managed stream?
However you want to label it, it is a stream. I actually always thought it was the silver stream, to be perfectly honest.
Councillor Carey, were you?
Thanks, yeah, worship. Thanks, Sue. Just one question. Obviously, often Sue has that the assessment in there.
Yes.
For the condition in there. What's your reason behind the and what would see the outcomes?
Two reasons. The first is there's no indication of when the condition assessment is going to happen. So by putting it in principle, that expedites the condition assessment. And the second one is that the condition assessment will cost money. So there's a justification for councillors in assessing that cost. So that's argument. And it's the justification for us as landowners to talk detail. So at the moment, you're being asked to take a decision with no knowledge of the consequences.
Yep, sure.
So following on from that, I guess in terms of that detail, we're talking about the bridges and the various utilities going across. What would you see that maintenance as like individual MOU or some sort of principles approach with all of those properties?
I suspect they're going to have to be case by case. So instances like our footbridge, we would maintain it. But if council put some structure in the bed of the stream that impacted on that footbridge, it won't because it's based off the banks. There's the potential there. I'm aware of some work that has been done in the past with gabion baskets further downstream that is now apparently undermining an access bridge. So there would need to be discussions with the individual affected landowner, and it wouldn't need to be public. It would be something that we would negotiate as the assessment goes through. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for putting this. We're going to move to adjourn now so that we can have a little bit of kai before we move into the substantive decisions in front of us. Do I need to do anything particular to say it's adjourned? Okay, there we go. Meeting's adjourned at 11:28. We'll come back in half an hour. So just to round it off at midday, and we'll continue. Councillors, you're welcome in my office if you'd like to get there.
Yeah.
We'll get started again. Thank you. We'll get started again. We are going to have a little bit of a change in terms of the consideration of items. We're going to now consider item 5, Tiaki MetroWater Partner Committee Establishment and Delegations, and that is because we have 2 people joining us, and we just needed to get them in before they have other commitments this afternoon. So this is on page 10 of the agenda, and I will hand over to Geoff to introduce this item.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report is really the culmination of a lot of things that have been happening over the last 4 to 5 years. The previous Labor government started a reform process for what is effectively now local water done well under the current government. Although the processes have been pitched a little bit differently, the outcome would have been relatively similar in either event, and all that's happened really in our case is scale, where we're going to be part of a revised metropolitan water delivery for Wellington, or were we going to be part of a much larger entity that could have encompassed larger parts of the southern part of the North Island and potentially some of the south. So for context, the purpose of, let me just introduce Mike Wakefield and Dougal List. They're both, Mike is the legal advisor to Tiaki and is also providing advice to councils in terms of this process. Dougal has been working on local water done well since its inception, and the start date for that is really a little bit vague. It's been quite a long period of time. So the purpose of this report is to seek council decisions to continue the implementation of the joint water services delivery plan. This council, as was required by statute, submitted a water service delivery plan to DIA for approval. That plan has been approved, but the key part of that plan was that we were looking at a model for joint delivery. This wasn't going to be an individual council process. That water services delivery plan was adopted by council on the 20th of August and approved by the Minister of Local Government on the 8th of October. The detailed background for the journey of getting to that point started back in March 2024. And there are some reference documents referred to in the report that you have before you. And also, if you want to look at the timeline for when decisions were made, probably the best place to find that is in paragraph 38 of this report. You'll see a number of key decisions were made, the dates are there highlighted, and a very brief summary of what each of those decisions were. In terms of the decisions that you're going to be asked to consider today, the first one is the approval of 2 foundation documents for Tiaki, being the Enduring Constitution and the Partners Agreements. Also note that an amended version of Attachment 2, that's the Partners Agreement, was published and circulated on the 9th of December to replace the version in this agenda. And you will recall at least one submitter made comment about us including some amendments that were made by Wellington City. Those are in that revised. And we've given you that version to make sure that you're comfortable with what the latest version looks like. You're also going to approve the committee term, that's the establishment of a joint committee and the committee's terms of reference. And that will be quite pivotal in terms of the voice that you have going forward. You're also going to be asked to, in effect, endorse the issuing of the draft statement of expectation, which was delegated to the chief executives of all the councils to be done during the period when there was in effect no elected representation. That document was not committing you to any particular course of action, but it was necessary to get that document in front of the board of the new water entity so that they could consider it and provide their feedback so that then you as a new council can consider the outcome of that process. It was really to keep the wheels rolling. It was not about circumventing or undermining democracy in any way, shape or form. Some of the key issues to just remember are that a number of decisions have already been made, some of them after consultation with the public. And those are all about where we've really got to at this point in time. You've been 5 councils are in this collective, and these documents, through iteration, the intent is that those 5 councils adopt the same documents. At this point in time, Wellington City, Hutt have adopted. We are considering it today. The other 2 councils are considering it tomorrow. So you're about the middle of the pack, which has given you some opportunity to benefit from, I guess, the experience and input of the other 2 councils. As I say, Wellington City made some adjustments. Those will be incorporated in the document that you will be asked to consider today. There is a risk to the whole implementation process and potentially could put us in a position which is not going to be that great. If we fail as a collective to adopt the various documents that we were required to do and which we said we would in terms of our water service delivery plan. That is not to hold a gun to your head and say you've got no choice. It is just pointing out that there are some risks to the overall process and our position should there be some fatal flaw that you can see in what's been. It's probably best at this point that I hand it over to our 2 advisors, but I think potentially the way to deal with this is for any questions that you have, either Kate, yourself, or Mike or Dougal will attempt to provide you with the answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Geoff, and thank you, Worship Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. Just a couple of introductory comments really from myself and Mike. As Geoff notes, we've been on this journey for some time. I've been working on water reform in various shape and form with councils for nearly 4 years now, and water reform has been around since Havelock North and even before that. So this is not a new issue, and I know it's challenging. and we have had to work through progressive rounds of council decisions to get to this point. We're really focused as Tiaki Wai on improving outcomes for our communities, restoring Te Mano Te Wai, and addressing the years of underfunding that have happened with water that have been a real constraint and challenge for local government. So we're very committed to having Tiaki Wai up and running and being able to start to actually address these issues by 1 July next year. It's been a real journey that we've been on, as Geoff said. We've had to work through rounds of engagement, discussion with councils, with community, development of our water services delivery plan, and in that we committed to the establishment of a new company. As you'll know, we have a board in place. We appointed a board of directors. They're meeting again on Monday. We've been working towards setting up the first partners committee, which is aiming to meet next Thursday. We've incorporated the company as well, and we've appointed a chief executive who starts in February next year. So we are well on our way to the journey. To keep us on that journey, we do need to ensure that we keep on getting towards that goal, though, and that means making sure that there is clear direction from the shareholders as to the expectations on the company. So confirming the constitution, confirming your partners agreement, confirming your statement of expectations, so that gives us as a company clear direction in which to move forward. We've started developing a water services strategy, and we intend to consult on that in March next year. But to do that, we need to stay on this course. We need a water services strategy which effectively replaces the long-term plan for river investment on 1 July next year. If we don't get that in place, that will mean that councils will need to continue to fund water through your long-term plan. So as you've said, there's a number of factors that we're trying to keep online to keep us towards this goal. And I just, to me, our North Star is improving outcomes for our communities, outcomes for the environment, outcomes for water. So that's what we want to achieve. We know that to get there will take us time, but it's a really important journey, and just kind of keeping on moving forward and increasing the ability to address those issues is really good for us. Stand up, Mike talk a little bit about the partners agreement.
Yeah, good everybody. My name is Mike Wakefield. So my involvement, similar to Dougal, has been water reform in some shape or form for a number of years now. In my role, I work a lot with local government. And so we've been advising the sector through LGZ, Taitara, but directly with council for a number of years on decisions that have been required of you under this local water done well policy. I know that there are a couple of new councillors around the table, so just in case you haven't had this legislative framework stepped through for you, when there was a change of government, the 3 water or affordable water reforms that the former government had enacted were repealed, and that then triggered a sequence of new legislation. The first was called the Preliminary Arrangements Act, which was the piece of legislation that required all territorial authorities to consult with communities on their future delivery model for water. And that consultation was required to force TAs to look at their current model and whether it was in fact the best model to deliver sustainable, financially sustainable and regulatory compliant water services in the longer term. That mandatory consultation involved consultation on at least 2 options. And what we saw across the sector was a consultation on your existing model, which was an in-house business unit of some shape or form, and then creating a new company, which is called a water services CCO or a water organisation. And that's what Tiaki Wai has been set up to be. So that mandatory consultation led to the development of the water service delivery plan. For the MetroWater area was the joint WSDP that was all adopted around late July, August last year. The way the legislation operates is that that plan was then submitted to DIA for approval. And once the approval was given, which in this case it has been, the legislation operates to require the councils to then give effect to that water service delivery plan. And so Jess told you this morning, your chief executive, that there is a risk if you decide to delay or decide to not implement that water service delivery plan. And just to sort of paint the story around what that risk actually looks like, because I think it's quite important to understand, is that the legislation gives the minister, through DIA, the power to intervene where there is a failure to give effect to the water service delivery plan. And you might have seen some media about this already, where DIA has said to certain councils that they are not accepting the water service delivery plan. That's then led to the appointment of Crown interveners who are being tasked with supporting them to develop a plan that is going to be acceptable. Or in other cases, there has been communication sent to councils to encourage them to look beyond an in-house business model and start to work with others to see if a joint arrangement can be achieved. So these intervention powers aren't just there on paper, they do need to be taken quite seriously. And so I think it's important that everybody understands that there is risk if there is a decision to delay or defer doing what has already been kicked off. In terms of the documents that you have been presented with today, we have the Constitution as Chief Executive has introduced, and then there is the Partners Agreement. If I was to simplify what these documents are as much as I possibly could, the Constitution is there to try and set rules for how the organisation, the company will operate and how the directors will meet and make decisions. That's its role and that's its fundamental purpose. It does also address a couple of other arrangements that shareholders have agreed between themselves around the transfer of shares or the sale of shares. And I can come and answer questions on that in more detail, knowing that that was an issue that came up through the public session this morning. The second document is called the Partners Agreement. And what this document does is two things. It acts as the shareholders agreement between the 5 councils, the 5 councils being the only shareholders of the company, but it also involves your partners, which are your Martell partners, who are also going to be signatories to this document alongside the company. And really this document serves a couple of purposes. One, it documents how the shareholders will deal with each other in the context of their ownership of the company, but it also sets up the governance framework for how the partners, which are the councils and mana whenua, will work together to provide strategic direction and provide oversight for the board of Tiaki. And it's quite important to understand that that's the role fundamentally of the Partners Committee, which will be made up of representatives from this council, the 4 others, and mana whenua. Their role is to have that regular ongoing oversight of the board, and if necessary, be involved in the appointment of new board members at any point in time. Part of the key role of that Partners Committee, which Google introduced, is hopefully next week, will be in a position to approve and adopt the statement of expectations and then deliver that formally to the company. Now, this document has a particular statutory place in this new scheme, where it's the opportunity for the shareholders and partners to send a document which explains the outcomes that they want the company to achieve, various other strategic priorities that they expect the company to achieve, and really drive and inform how the board then does its business in response to that direction. That will primarily be for at least the next 6 months through the development of the first water services strategy that the board will be in place for 1 July next year, which is their day one. And you might be familiar with this, but that water services strategy will be the effective new long-term plan, but only for water, because that's what this company has been set up and tasked with delivering, just water only. Other than that, the statement of expectations will inform the ongoing decision-making by the company, including how it engages with the councils, the shareholders, partners, and other stakeholders and communities. So that's why this document has been included in this report now, so that you all have some oversight and familiarity with what that is and what its role is. But the next step will be for your representative on the Partners Committee to ideally meet and confirm the document next week so that it can signal the formal start of the future decision-making that the board is responsible for. I think I might just park there. That's probably the intro that I need to give you now. We know there might be some questions, including arising out of this morning, and here to answer those as best we can.
Thank you. I'd just like to check that all of the members had the amended report, which is the report item 5. Yes. Cool. Right. We'll move on to questions. First I need to move. Move on to questions, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Got 3 questions for you. The first one with the changes with central government, way of what happens with Greater Wellington Regional Council that's disestablished. First question. Second question, what happens to councils within the next 10 years of the amalgamation? You've got also an exit term. Does that become a null and void? And the third question is to do with the mandatory review of partners agreement on 18.11. You've got the review no later than 5 years. Quite vague and not quite specific. The questions?
I think I'll probably take the lead on this one. Questions first. In terms of the regional council reform, I mean, at the moment, all we have from the government is an announcement of their intended approach to new legislation, which would require a couple of things. Their proposal, it's still optional. They're inviting submissions and feedback by mid-February. And in fact, beyond that point, it's important to note that they're not going to be introducing legislation until next year, with the view to then enacting it in 2027. If there's a change of government, we don't know whether this will even progress. So we're still a long way down the path from actually knowing what that legislation will require of local government. But in terms of the proposals that they've announced, the first step will be to create a combined territorials board made up of the mayors of the relevant territorial authorities, but no one from regional council. They will then be tasked with running effectively the regional council, but also within the first 2 years of their existence, developing a regional reorganisation plan, which will need to make decisions around how all the services delivered across a wide area, the region, will be delivered in the most workable and efficient way. That, in this context, is unlikely to invoke any change to Tiaki wide, because a decision has already been made to set up a new company to deliver water services, at least for these 5 councils. Whether that involves a change so that it grows to take in Kapiti or further up the coast within the Wellington region is a question, and we can't answer that right now. But I think the short point is it's all proposals at the moment. There is no legislation. Until we know what that legislation says, it's speculative as to what one. Coming to your second question, which is around the exit provisions. There was always a need to include exit or even entry provisions into these documents, so that it was clear what the process would look like if you had a shareholder wanting to leave, a la Greater Wellington Regional Council, or another shareholder look to join, for example, Kapiti Coast. So these provisions are designed to set up the mechanics around how that would work. And what you'll see if you read these documents is that in all cases, they come back to shareholders needing to agree to the exit strategy or the entry provisions. There will be mandatory consultation in either shape. So if Greater Wellington exits, they're not able to do so under these terms for a period of at least 2 years. That will give us an opportunity to negotiate how that would happen, but it will also be a period where all of the councils will need to consult on the exit of Greater Wellington, because there will be a change to the shareholding, and that triggers mandatory consultation for all existing shareholders. Your final question was about review. The reality here is that we're setting up this new entity. These documents have been prepared on the basis that they should be workable for at least that 5-year period. But in light of all of the announcements we've just had around resolution, government reform, and other types of reform, that 5-year period actually seems quite prudent anyway. Because until the dust settles on where the RMA replacement legislation lands, I don't think it's sensible to do a full review of the governance arrangements ahead of that time.
Other questions? Councillor Harkness.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike and Google. Nice to see you again. You would have heard the submitters this morning, and I guess on behalf of them, one of their key concerns is around the speed at which this is all being enacted. And so Geoff alluded to the risks, and Mike, you did the same, but I'm just wondering if you'd be able to expand on some of the risks of not adopting it today, what that would mean, so that those people who submitted this morning are able to get a really clear understanding about what that would mean for us regionally and us as Upper Hutt.
Certainly. Looks like I'm picking up the mic.
Whoever wants to take that.
Can I start? Look, I acknowledge this is change and it's confronting, and it may feel fast. And as Geoff noted and we've noted, water reform has been around for decades. The need to do something different to address the underinvestment in our pipes has been around as an issue for decades. So yes, it does feel fast, and it has changed, and I acknowledge change. It's challenging. And we've been working on this process for years. We are trying to get to a point where we can address these issues as soon as we possibly can. If we stay on a critical path, then from July next year, there is more money to address the issues sooner. That's the outcome we're trying to get to. We're trying to address these issues sooner. Delays today create uncertainty for that path, and would, as Mike notes, be at odds with what we've committed to in our water services delivery plan. So it does raise some risks then. Yeah, I mean, I think just to add to that point, there's probably two risks. The delay from a legislative risk is that you might get central government attention, and they may well come in and say, no, you do need to do this, and force your hand. And we don't, this is all designed to be local choice, and you've got the opportunity to have a decision now, which follows on from the decisions made by the council in the past. So we've got a sequence of decisions made following consultation. This is really what I consider to be the implementation of those decisions. This isn't something new. This isn't trying to change direction. It's just continuing on that path. While the shareholders here could have made decisions to implement on a slightly slower time, as Dougal said, these issues are critical now for the Wellington Metro region, and this structure is intended to try and address those. So we are pressing on. One thing Dougal didn't mention, but we are quite acutely aware of, is that we know that day one and 1 July is going to be lurching around the corner quite quickly. And so the risk with delaying now could lead to establishment project pressure. We know that there is a sequence of things that have to fall into line. We've developed a plan to try and deliver on that expectation. So further delays now will create that extra.
I'll go to Councillor Welch.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, through you, as a newly elected councillor, I'm finding the pace, as you mentioned, and scale of the decision making before us challenging, particularly as this process progressed significantly before the election, as you mentioned. Given the limited public transparency during the workshop phase, I'm unclear what alternative options, if any, would consider for other than the two, sticking with Wellington Water or current. I also have concerns regarding Upper Hutt's position as a minority shareholder in the proposed water initiative. I cannot see any assurances within the statement of expectations that decisions by the entity will be proportionate to our level of investment, our population, or the needs of our community. Within the founding documentation indicating a minimum commitment period of 10 years, it feels important that we understand the risks clearly before proceeding, so that we do not unintentionally place hardship on our community through an arrangement we can't readily accept. My question there is, as council progressed where our ability to pause, reassess, or reconsider our position is constrained, or does the council still retain the flexibility to review whether this governance model and ownership structure remain the best pathway for Upper Hutt?
I think the point.
I'll start with, if we step back to the beginning of your question, councillor, around the work done by Upper Hutt City Council. I think it's laid out there in paragraph 38 of the paper. We went through, the council went through numerous steps and discussions, and publicly available papers are there to show the steps taken for the journey that Upper Hutt decided to take. It became very, and it's in the papers, it became very apparent very early on that Upper Hutt standing alone was not an option. The reason for that was mainly around the point that wastewater is not done locally already, if I can call Upper Hutt, the Council of Upper Hutt, the local environment, and wastewater, as you know, is done in Seaview. So to be in the, I'll say, be aligned with the spirit of the intention of local water done well, Upper Hutt would have to at least, or storm wastewater, be part of a Hutt and Upper Hutt collaboration. And Hutt's, and the decision was taken by this council that meant Upper Hutt would be part of the 5 councils working together. And it is all set out as far as our hut goes in those tables that are listed there. But I will leave it to Michael. But that's the background of how council got here, and there's a lot of documentation that is available here.
So just to confirm, it was considered just to not include Upton and Polydor.
No, it was very much that for scale, Upper Hutt would be better placed as not by councils.
But it was considered.
Councillor, I'll remind you to have questions through me. Yeah.
Through you. So
It was a practical, I think it's a practical decision. I'll refer to myself.
That's through you.
Yes.
Look, the question of whether the two huts could have gone alone was tested, and we got a resounding no. Hutt did not want to enter into a venture that just included us as their sole partner.
I'll pass back to Dougal to finish off the start of the question.
Thank you for my through you. Your worship, the government and DIA and councils have worked through quite a myriad of options. So you may recall the government modelled a range of different scenarios across the country. The optimal economic scenario was one water entity for the entire country. Obviously not politically acceptable in any shape or form. The government moved to 4 big entities across the country, and then moved to 10. And then from that grouping of 10, we worked together with 9 councils across our region, and then gradually whittled that down to 5. Councils explored a range of options from in-house to working together. So all councils in our region have actually worked through a process of considering a range of options over the last couple of years as a grouping, but also ahead of that or before that, there was modelling consideration of different options to address these issues by government over a period of several years as well. Just to lead out on your second question as well, if I may, as Tiaki, we are set up to serve the interests of the collective area. So that's a really important principle where I think that we really need to be clear, and we want councils as shareholders and mana whenua partners to hold us to account on that. We are here for the good of the broader area, that we are taking into consideration balancing the needs across all of the cities and areas. And that'll require careful trade-offs and investment decisions, and we need to be transparent about how we're doing those. So, but that's what we're here for.
Councillor Carey.
Yeah, thanks through you, worship. I guess long term with this, when we're looking at working around avoiding price shock and protection for consumers, what will there be in 5 to 10 years' time? What protection will be in place so that consumers around the area are actually priced fairly according to the nature of their assets, their location, all that sort of thing?
We will be, we will be a very highly regulated entity. So in addition to environmental regulations from regional council, that all that ends up in 5 years' time, who knows, and through water quality regulation through Taumata Arawai, the Commerce Commission gearing up around the price and quality regulation. They've just released a consultation document on water care, and as you know, they've got targeted regulation oversight of what Wellington Water is doing around its procurement process. So in 5-10 years, where we're heading is that not only is the governance from the shareholders and partners of Tiaki, but also sitting alongside of that will be the regulation from environmental regulation, water quality regulation from Taumata Arawai, and also price quality regulation from the Commerce Commission. We are working to develop a customer charter. We're working to develop hardship policies as well. We need to ensure that our pricing is fair, transparent, and recognises that not everyone will equally be able to afford the charges as well. So that's definitely one of the big challenges on this.
Just follow up through Blisset. But I guess through the Commerce Commission, you could say there is an average price per capita for water, and that is fair under whatever model they set. But that's really unfair if you look at the current prices we would pay here in Upper Hutt versus in Wellington or elsewhere. So that's more my question is, what's going to be potentially disproportionate for the community here if we're moving to a space that looks like that?
What I'm hearing is the question,
What's the
whether
protection, sorry? Or how's that factored into the pricing?
Through you, if I may. So there are some requirements in the legislation around how we must change pricing, so we have to move away from capital value-based pricing structure. As you know, that applies to aspects of how you price water in Upper Hutt. It applies a lot to how Wellington City prices its water services. So we will need to take into account how councils currently price for water services and how we move towards a more harmonised pricing structure in a fair and transparent way. Similar to the way that people pay a similar tariff for other utilities like electricity as well. That also needs to recognise how we balance in volumetric charging over time once it's introduced, what that looks like in terms of volumetric charging, what that looks like in tariffs, how we balance different pricing structures. So there's a lot of work that needs to happen there, and also recognising our water is it's a public good. So again, those principles around hardship and support for people as well.
I'll ask a question now. There was a few submitters this morning that talked about the sale of shares, and I'll refer to page 5810.1, and no shares, and then it says no sale. No shareholder will directly or indirectly sell, transfer, or dispose of the legal, etc., unless in accordance with the Constitution and the legislation. Could you just elaborate on what that means in terms of council's opportunity or not to sell?
Yeah, sure. So the whole legislative framework we're operating in now is predicated on there being local ownership via councils, which are, other than Greater Wellington, is TAs. So across the whole country, we have got territorial authority ownership. It's always been passed. The legislation recognises that by saying that the ownership of a water organisation, if a decision is made to set one up, is with one or more local authorities. And there's no ability to then privatise by selling those shares to a non-local authority third party. If there was to be a decision to transfer or sell shares as between different local authorities, so for example, Upper Hutt, that would involve mandatory consultation before you could even go near that decision as well. And that's what the legislation also requires. There are a number of steps that need to be worked through before there can be any decision to transfer, but local authority ownership is baseline.
I'll go to Councillor Swales.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions, and do you want me to give them all to you once?
It keeps us on our toes, so it's
I can do
go for it, Helen.
So one of my issues around why is the necessity for us to start looking at a chairperson and who is an independent chairperson, and whilst they don't have a vote, surely we've moved past that instigation stage to where have got draft documents that our mayors or our delegated people I don't see the necessity for it. And if this should go through, is there a matrix similar to the matrix that we had when we put out the interviewing for the board members? That's my first question. My second one is, Mike, you keep referring to public consultation or mandatory consultation. I'm assuming that that mandatory consultation is with your local community. And if it involves all five partners would be having that public consultation on the issue that is on the table. My second question, when it comes to the, sorry, Your Worship,
yeah, no, go for it. Yeah.
When it comes to the letter of expectation, and there is a draft that our CEOs have worked on, and there is a pushback to that, does it then come back to looking at the hierarchy to just the partners, which are represented by our delegated authorities, or does it come back to then the collective of the council, each of them to have an input, because there are key performance indicators there for each of the councils, is my next. My other one is referring back to what my colleague Councillor Kerry said around, and you mentioned tariffs and legislation requirement, and there was a word there, harmonisation of pricing and costing, and making sure that it's equal for all. So when you're starting to look at that harmonisation for the community, would it be fair to say that there might be a weighting in any kind of matrix that you have that would consider the assets and the disposition of the community that's involved, because we're all quite different if you look at the demographics of all five. Sorry, one more. And then when it comes to it, my concern is, and it's been a concern by a number of people that have come in publicly given, is that there are still a lot of unanswered questions for us to actually make a decision on. We still don't have a complete value of what our assets are. We still don't have a strategic timeline of processing things. And when I go to what Councillor Emma Holderness said about what is the consequences of if we delay, surely there is a piece of legislation here that whilst we've agreed to go by the 1st of July 2026, there is still latitude in the legislation that it doesn't have to be that date that is nailed. It could be longer if we as a community wanted to wait for some of those answers back to us. And I think that's enough, your worship. Sorry.
Good stuff. All right. Through the chair.
Yes.
Let's see how good we are.
Yeah.
I have them numbered.
Yeah, chicken if you need.
I'm going to start with 5 and work my way back.
Okay, that works.
So the first one around the unanswered question. So the consequence of delay. If it was the case that you wanted to try and push dates out and seek delay, the first issue, the first potential stumbling block would be that you need to go to DIA and seek to amend your water services. That plan put in place an implementation plan that all of the shareholder councils had agreed to, which mapped out a process and plan to get to 1 July 26, which is the day one. The problem that you might face, and we haven't yet had this conversation with DIA, is that the ability to amend your plan relies on there being a necessary exceptional circumstance. And it's hard to say at the moment what that would be, or whether DIA would even be willing to accept that an exceptional circumstance. Given the amount of work that's gone on to date and the quite obvious investment that the shareholders had previously made in this model, I think you might find that DIA are not that willing to allow slippage. So that's probably my answer to the first one. The second aspect of that question related to uncertainty around the value of your assets. The way this document has been set up, I mean the partners agreement, is that it sets up a process for the partners to all work together to have oversight over what is to be transferred into this new entity and not. And so across the first few months of next year, there will be a bunch of work that council officers and Tiaki-wise establishment team are responsible for contributing to, which will be working through what in fact needs to transfer across so that this company can be the true water service provider that it needs to be for day one. These are going to involve some relatively tricky conversations at times, I'm not denying that. But once we have that picture mapped out and a uniform understanding across all shareholders, it will be coming back to the councils, this is you, for that decision. So this is not the final decision you make, there will be others that you will be responsible. On the tariff and the harmonisation point, you asked that question around weighting. Just so that everybody's clear, there is only one true example in this country of a water provider that's been created where there has been harmonisation over time, and that's Watercare in Auckland, which happened at the time of the Auckland Council amalgamation. That was not an overnight task. It was a complicated task that stepped through a number of years worth of transition to try and avoid that shock that you might be concerned about for your communities. That is something that the Tiaki-wide board was quite conscious of already. We know that there is a drive to achieve harmonisation, but the speed with which we get there is still being worked through. On your point, Councillor Carey, which relates to this issue, you raised the point around whether or not the cost is going to be reflective of your community needs or services. That is in fact something that's documented in the Statement of Expectations, where if you read to page, I'm not sure what page, it's 86 of your agenda, and 18.13, the expectation has been set that for the first water services strategy, that approach will reflect the cost to serve the local communities within the wider service area to minimise cross-subsidisation in the shorter term. So what that's doing is that's actually highlighting that we want to see a stepped approach to achieving that harmonisation, but ultimately it's going to be driven by what type of charges are used. If you've got volumetric, well, it's a volumetric charge, but the other charging models and principles that will support those will also have a part to play in delivering on that expectation. Jumping up, the statement of expectations, you asked about the process that would be worked through. To help you understand, the legislation does map out a process which needs to be followed, where a statement of expectations is being prepared and delivered to a board or water organisation. And what it does is it requires the boards to be given that opportunity to provide input on it before it's then adopted by the councils. Now, if it's one shareholder, it's just going to be one council that goes through that process. Here we have 5 plus Mana-whenua partners, and so there needs to be a combined form of decision making, because otherwise it just becomes impossible to get a single landing. That's why the Partners Committee has been proposed to be stood up, to provide that single source of decision making for these types of decisions. And on that front, the council officers have been given the opportunities of drafting. Tiaki has come back with some comments. That has landed in this version. So we've already been through that process, and it's now for the councils to provide your own representative on the Partners Committee with the ability to go and land the document at the meeting next week. How you achieve that will be for you to determine with your representative, but that's how it's looking across the sector. It needs to involve that discussion at a council level.
Last one.
No, you had 2 more.
I'm just checking. Sorry. May I just add to that through your worship? I think in para 47 and to Mike's earlier comment around we've started the journey and officers are doing it. If you step back and remember in our annual plan, we have an allowance of 1.36 million for this transition. We at an officer level have already invested quite a lot of that money, for example, getting the asset valuations underway now. If there's a delay, that money would, I suspect, have to be respent. So there is a straightforward financial risk of not progressing this.
All right, the consultation question. So the legislation is set up to trigger a requirement to consult where it's called a change proposal decision is contemplated. I can tell you this provision is section 27 in the local government officers, but there are a number of examples where a decision to establish a water organisation. So for councils that have decided to stay in-house, if they decide to establish, they need to complete mandatory consultation. But the example that you took us to was changing the shareholding or changing something other that was material about Tiaki. What that would require is consultation by all of the councils involved, because it's going to involve a change to the shareholding. And so it would need to be something that's traversed and discussed quite carefully between shareholders in order to reach a landing on whether or not this change proposal could be something that is supported to get to consultation. Alongside that, you've got, for example, the exit provisions in the partners agreements, which would be engaged, which require any council to give a long period of advance notice, bearing in mind that there's going to be some complexity with those exit negotiations. Your final question was about the independent chair and why the necessity for it. There is no requirement on the terms of reference for the Partners Committee to have an independent chair. It's been included as an option, and it is for the Partners Committee to go through the process of appointing who an independent chair might be and what skills they might be best to bring to the table. We haven't included a skills matrix in there because we don't think it's actually in the best interest of the Partners Committee right now. You might find, or the Partners Committee members might find, that the best person to appoint as an independent chair is someone that can just take the governance burden away from another member of the committee. So they might be best placed to come into this structure with a lot of governance experience themselves to try and just drive decision making and get things moving, but in a non-voting capacity. Alternatively, the Partners Committee might decide that it would be really valuable to have a chair who has a lot of water expertise and knowledge, so that they become a sort of advisor to the committee in a non-voting capacity. So we thought best to just leave the door open and let the Partners Committee determine at any time who is best placed to fulfil that role. I think that brings me to the end of your questions.
It does, thank you very much.
One more question.
Oh, no, sorry, we'll keep going. I think Councillor Carey, you're okay. Angie McCudden, and then I'll go to Corey.
Can I just say, is yours to follow on from that? Councillor Knight, are you going to follow on?
You go.
Okay. So my questions are around the decision making, and I find it quite interesting that excuse me, several times it has been mentioned, and several times I see here that it's about listening to the community, and then so obviously some territorial authorities have excuse me, listened to their community, and then the DIA has decided that their community voice is not valid, and so therefore they have to go back to the drawing board. So how is it going to work with the vote? I notice in here that the vote was going to be unanimous for a lot of decisions, and now it's 6%. How does that look for the Upper Hutt City Council as a partner when our vote is going to be 1 and then somebody else's 3? How does a majority work? Can there be any? It seems to me that there'll be there could be some, you know, if we're not there, do we lose out? You know, how does the quorum work around that whole? Because really it should be unanimous because it's so important for our communities. And also in that vein, mana whenua, great, having them along as partners, but they don't have a say because they don't have a vote. So, you know, talk a little bit more about, you know, the different levels of decision making and how our communities, because that's mostly what I heard from submitters today and others that have been in touch with me. They are really concerned for them and their colleagues, their neighbours, and their family around this. So, you know, part of it for me is around how our voice is going to be heard and heard.
Councillor McCart, I'll ask you to refine that into a question that they can answer, because I heard a lot of concern there. And I am keen to round it into a question. What's the question?
My question is around the change of the vote and the voice and how our voice is going to be.
What specifically about what's specifically about the documentation is it that question that you had?
It's around the fact that the vote has changed from unanimous to 66.6%. It's changed. There's 3 members of the Wellington City. There's 2 from Hutt. There's 1 from Porirua, 1 from Upper Hutt. How do we make sure that? Oh, do you want that in number 8, clause 8 on page 40?
And how do we make sure?
Yeah, our voice is heard, and how we have to assure our community that we're able to make decisions on behalf of them. And our vote is now the vote to get something over the line is 66%, and Upper Hutt's vote might not be valid in that.
Did you hear enough of a question? Yeah. Okay.
I think we've got.
Yeah.
All very valid points, and I understand the concern around community voice, but just to start with, your opening comment was that DIA didn't accept the community input or the community aspect of this. DIA's role was to review the water service delivery plan against a few criteria, one of which was whether or not the plan would achieve financial sustainability. Where they haven't accepted those, it's because they have some fundamental concerns with the ability of that council to deliver in a sustainable way for a longer period of time. So that's probably the first comment I'd make. In terms of mana whenua, just to clarify, they do have a voting role on the Partners Committee. So they are part of the voting group that has been structured here, which is why they are also going to be signatories to these partners agreements. So that's tying off that issue. And then the final one you raised was around the proportionate voting that has been agreed and documented in these documents. There's 2 points to note on that. I think the first, and this is sharing some sector knowledge as well, where multi-council owned companies have been created either for water or for other types of services through other CCOs, there is always going to be a compromise position that has to be reached based on who is contributing the most assets and the most debt assets. All of these things need to go into the mix. These documents reflect that by having an initial shareholding, but then there'll be a shareholding that is adjusted over time once the net asset position is resolved by all of the councils. But beyond that point, the other comment to make is that there are 3 types of decisions that are reflected in the partners agreement. There are shareholder decisions, which can and will only be made by the 5 shareholding councils, and they concern the more material or substantive decisions that relate to this company. There are then partner reserve matters, which is where the voting threshold starts to apply. And they're documented in Schedule 2 of the Partners Agreement as being amendments to the Partners Agreement or to the Constitution and the adoption of the Statement of Expectations. Now, that's intended to reflect that these are the decisions that mean arguably more than others, and we want to see at least a 66% voting threshold, but also 3 of the 5 shareholding councils supportive before we get those decisions made. Other than those 2 categories of decisions, everything else is a decision of the Partners Committee in this context. And the Partners Committee terms of reference say there should be attempts to make those decisions unanimously. But if that's not possible, then it flips to majority vote, which is the usual way it should be followed. So that's just the position it is. I think that the hard truth that the sector's having to deal with is that there will be compromises when you're setting up organisations like this. They are not easy to create, but the process is designed to try and get the best product we can for everybody to allow this path to continue.
Deputy Mayor Corey.
I have no question.
Oh, fabulous. Any other questions? Councillor Dillon.
Will you, Madam Chair, further to Kate's comment about the financial liability, if we delay the decision by more time to make a decision on the foundation, what, as a council, we're looking at what figures?
Through you, Worship, I was referencing the annual plan of this year. So in there, so I'll just speak to that because that's what I spoke to. We made provision in the annual plan and gave 1.36 million in the activities of transition and implementing Tiaki activities. So moving Upper Hutt's assets, debt, everything into Tiaki. And for the work undertaken by the established team. So what I was referencing is that we had that well underway given it's December. And if there was a delay and valuation of the assets is a good example because we've had to have an asset valuation on 1 July 2026. So we have started that work and we have engaged a contractor to do that work. And if you were to delay, we would have to do that work again, spend that money again. So that was really the only point I was making.
Thank you.
I've got since a final question. So what would be the impact if the collective Tiaki partners were able to secure a government guarantee? And I know that's not in the legislation now, but if that was enabled in some form, would there have to be any change to these agreements to enable that? Or, and this is in terms of rather than the guarantee being provided for by the councils?
Probably a question in 2 parts, through you, Your Worship. The water care, as you'll be aware, has a government guarantee. Depending on the outcomes of what happens through the regional amalgamation review process, should we head down the pathway of a unified council in the region, then potentially we would need some form of government guarantee. So currently the presumption is that collectively the 5 shareholding councils provide a guarantee of the debt that you're passing over to Tiaki. So currently that's our presumption, acknowledging that there is uncertainty around the form of local government in this region. There may be a need for or the possibility of some form of government guarantee in the future. That's not currently on the horizon. Our presumption as well, though, is that our debt is generally sourced through and managed through the LGFA, but our partners agreement also allows us to contemplate other lenders as well. We're of course focused on the most cost-effective lending opportunities and are working really closely with Kate and the other CFOs around how we manage the transfer of debt in a way which delivers the best outcomes for our communities, which recognises the existing structure and way that councils manage your debt so that it's sensibly handed over to Tiaki, but we will take accountability for that debt from 1 July next year as intent.
I think, if I may add to that, I think obviously the intention is, as uncomfortable as it is, the intention is that Tiaki as a success and stand. You can only get money from 3 sources: equity, debt, and revenue. And so you go to that third one, which is the affordability one that the community is concerned about. That is the avenue for Tiaki to be, one of the avenues for Tiaki to be financially.
Through the chair, the only other comment I make is that so far today, the discussions with LGFA have been for councils deciding to set up and transfer debt to a water organisation. There will need to be a reciprocal guarantee in place. And that's the same with LGA CCOs that councils decide to set up if those CCOs are going to gain accession to LGFA as well. So that's the financial support which is being positioned right now. But the partners agreement doesn't lock in what terms for any funding with LGFA. Those will be the subject of negotiations when we get terms from LGFA, and there will be council decisions to endorse those.
Sorry, just because
yes, in relation, yes,
to what,
sure.
What you've just said, Mike. So with regard to guarantees, is that because we're part of an entity which is 5 councils, does that mean that we guarantee just our own transfer, or we guarantee the whole 5 as a proportional share?
No, it's a question because a follow-up, so that's fine.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'll start and then I'll defer. So initially it is our own debt, and somewhere in the paper it says I think that our share of the debt is about 6%. Yes. And so that's the starting point. There is, of course, as life moves on, there is the room for harmonisation on debt, and what that means I'm going to hand over.
Yeah, I think the short point is, from a legal perspective rather than a finance perspective, is that at the moment it's going to be contingent on where this turns land. But there will be a position that will need to be reached and agreed to by all shareholders. I don't think we can speculate yet on what that looks like. The LGFA position is important.
Yes. And when you say terms, you mean not what we're approving today and later?
It'll be through the financing documents with LGFA.
Yes.
Follow
up from this. Yes, sure. Councillor Carey.
Oh, sorry, just going to add a further point.
Oh, sorry.
That is currently a live discussion with the LGFA to agree the terms of that. We're a little bit unusual as a region in that we have Greater Wellington, and Greater Wellington will need to be part of the debt negotiations as well. So that's just meaning we're having a bit of a bespoke conversation with the LGFA around the terms of the debt.
Thanks very much. I guess question group manager, corporate representatives. What does it mean for us if we're going in a relatively good position with that debt and the share of the debt, and that deteriorates through harmonisation, great guarantee and that credit rating or anything long term?
Can I add to that?
Add to the question?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
If we have more vote because we've got less debt.
Sorry?
If we have more vote because we've got less debt.
I don't know. It's a question they can answer, so I'm not going to throw that to them. But Carrie,
those question affects the position, and I mean, I think, it's a little bit sorry, but it's yet to be determined. We're still working through with LGFA how we will do all this and what it means. As Mike said, the Wellington region is different because we've got this bespoke arrangement with Greater Wellington. It disrupts what LGFA had set as a methodology. And so we're literally just in the process of working through how that would work for Tiaki.
Okay, I think we're all okay with questions. Fantastic. So I understand you guys have to leave at 1, and it's 1 away. So we're going to move to debate. So, I mean, you are welcome to, if you need to. Is that, Geoff, does that make sense? They don't need to stay for the debate.
They can.
Oh, I just want to check with councillors if we can move all of the items together in this page 10. recommendations A through H, or if we would like to take them separately.
I'm happy to take them together.
Happy to take, everyone happy to take them together? Fabulous, easy, okay. No dissent in that? No, that is, okay, so I move recommendations 2A through H on page 10 of the 5, and that is in relation to a number of the founding documents for why. I will stand to speak first. Seconder, that's
second that for you.
Councillor Eva Holderness, thank you. So we're just going to stand for the debate. So first I just wanted to remind members that this decision clearly sits within a larger legislative framework, which we're obviously unable to change, and to reiterate the point that ministers have intervened with other councils who have gone down a path that didn't match the expectations of the legislation. I know there is some concern around the pace, and I understand that. I just want to reiterate in terms of what we're doing today is that we need to be satisfied we have enough information to approve this decision, and we're never going to have a perfect level of information, at any point. However, we clearly need to be satisfied that this decision today, you have enough information to decide on. However, we have to acknowledge that this council has made decisions in the past, a number of which are listed in that report, 38 A through G, A through I, including already adopting the water services delivery plan in June earlier this year. So I acknowledge this is a new council, but we do need to look at where we've got to and the decisions that have been made, and also ensure that we are understanding the implications of the broader legislative requirements that we are under. I know it's an uncomfortable position to be in, and I also appreciate everyone's very useful questions today, because I think it's things that it hadn't been appreciated and will now by the community, so we appreciate that. Who else wants to go? Councillor Swales.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've always been a strong voice right through the whole proceedings, going back to page 15, 38, which outlines the decisions and process that we have made to get to where we are today. And I've always had a concern that we were never given the whole pie. It was always pieces of the pie. And every time we came back to the table to talk about it, I kept thinking I'm going to get a little bit more of the pie. I did, but I also then got more I don't knows as part of the pie. So whilst I believe that today has been very informative, and I appreciate the candour that has gone on between Mike and Dougal here today, I still feel that there is a lot of things that aren't there. I understand we're under legislative doctrine from central government that there aren't enough voices for any of the TA up and down the country, and that we're mandated to actually follow this process. But I believe that there are some very serious concerns, not only from our people here in Upper Hutt, but also up and down the country, that the speed and the pace that this has been driven at, that sometimes unintended consequences because the ripple effect hasn't been taken far enough to think about it. And one of those for me is we're an ageing population. And when I think of where we might land, the trajectory of the cost of delivering water for our community is something that makes me pause and hiccup. So I still believe, whilst I have no doubt that the CEO and the Mayor are going to be absolute amazing voices for us around the table and speak and make sure that our voice is heard. And I need to also acknowledge the work that has been done to date by our officers. And the way that I'm going to vote is no reflection on the work that they have done, but I still feel that I need to be the voice of the community and say that I cannot vote for this. Thank you.
Councillor Drain.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess just only two things I think are really important for me on this. This will go, it's effectively the law. We're going to have no choice on this, but I got two objections that I really have to the whole thing. Principle or strong concerns. One is that the proportionate voting doesn't also reflect the performance of the councils and how they've invested and how they've worked as well. So that's, it's been done on population and size basically, which I understand, but the performance element's important to me. And the second is harmonisation. Just sounds like a raw deal for our population and our community. Particularly if we are looking to a point where we might get to metering, and albeit smart metering, where actually volumetric charging doesn't have to be one cookie cutter blanket approach. There's ways and means of doing that actually reflect the costs. So look, I support it because I ultimately think this is a good thing for infrastructure and the longevity of it, but I think those 2 points are really concerning.
Councillor McLeod.
If I had assurance that some of the concerns that we've come up with today could be addressed, then I'd be happy to support it. And I guess that I'm alongside Councillor Carey in understanding that, there's a legislative move and a political move and, to do this. Personally, I have my own water. It's not a personal thing. It's the fact that Councillor Swales, I'm hearing what the community is saying. There are some very big concerns around debt and representation this morning. And if I could be assured, and the chief executive or the staff or the mayor might be able to assure me that we can maybe make these changes and have them addressed, I'd be really happy to support going forward. But if we can't get that assurance, I'm just not sure actually what we can do. But we're kind of over a barrel in a way.
Could I ask, Councillor McLeod, in terms of assurance, is there something that you would like to propose and as an amendment, or is there?
Like the word harmonisation sorted. I would like
the word harmonisation sorted.
We need to come up with a better term than harmonisation.
So just to be clear, in terms of what we're voting on today,
yes,
harmonisation is not outlined in terms of the process, and that's a future decision to be made. So that's not something that we can address in these recommendations.
Okay. So will it come back to us?
It's something that I will discuss as your representative on the Partners Committee, and I'm very happy to discuss with you the conversations I've had so far and to have your input.
Sure, great. I'd like the vote to be unanimous, please. I don't want the 66% vote. Unanimous. I can't remember which clause it's in.
Number 8. Yeah.
And so, just if I walk that through, are you so you're saying that that in the Partners Committee, that we won't be able to pass any resolutions unless everybody agrees those resolutions?
Or what that 66.6% vote looks at, and I can't remember exactly what points you were explaining to me before. I don't have it. It's not quick enough for me to find my way through here.
That's right. That's it. Yeah.
To come back to you with the clause, but we have to have a better representation of vote, and the only way I can see through that. There was 3 out of the 5. 3 out of the 5 partners have to be in that 66.6%. That was what I heard you saying. Sorry.
No, I'll just suggest, can we pause standing orders for a moment just so we can clarify? Is that okay? Yeah. So we'll just. I need to vote on that. Don't I have to pause standing orders, or do we not need to? No. Okay, we'll just pause standing orders so we can sort this out. Is that could we have a bit of clarification around that, and what I guess so that Councillor McLeod could put an amendment if there was a suggestion to do so, what that would be in terms of where the
part of the agreement.
So the provisions that you're looking for are all in the terms of reference to the partners agreement. Where in clause 8, it steps through decision making. So it starts with Partners Committee will strive to make through the chair.
We're suspending standing orders temporarily. That's totally fine.
Partners Committee will strive to make all decisions by consensus, and that's every type of decision that the Partners Committee is responsible for.
75.
75.
Oh, sorry, one moment. We do need to a seconder for suspending standing orders. Can I please, Councillor Holders, thank you very much. So now we can suspend standing orders and continue. Thank you, procedural.
Okay, so it's 8C.
So
That's what I'm looking at.
8A, starting position is
Yep.
strive by consensus.
Yes.
If that's not possible, then B says you vote. If the matter is a partner reserved matter, the resolution must be voted on as a special partner resolution, and that involves the 66% of votes cast and representatives representing a majority of the partners in favour of. So when we say majority of partners, we're talking 5 councils plus 2 mana whenua. Inherently means 4 of 7 in order to get that resolution passed. So we're not just limited to the 5 councils, we have the 2 mana whenua partners who will also be voting in that context.
I'll go to you in a second. I have a follow-up question for that either of you. Could you just elaborate on what sorts of decisions we're talking about here in the Partners Committee? Because I want to be really clear that the board makes most of those decisions and what goes to the Partners Committee is quite limited in terms of decision making. Could you be clear around?
So if we jump back through the chair,
yes.
3 pages, we have on page 72, schedule 2, which sets out the shareholder reserve matters, which will be decisions only by the 5 shareholding councils. And then the partner reserve matters are those that will engage that voting threshold work through. So we're talking the terms on which any new shareholding local authority will join or mana whenua partner will join. The reason we've referenced mana whenua is that if we have, say, Kapiti Coast deciding they'd like to join, they may well have a mana whenua relationship that needs to be brought into the governance framework as well. The terms on which any existing shareholder or partner will exit. So again, that's a partner decision and they will need to be comfortable with that arrangement before it's allowed to proceed. And there will be that mandatory consultation requirement as well. Amendments to the partners agreement or constitution, we want that to be of an elevated level of importance, which needs to be supported by partners and councils. And then the adoption of the statement of expectations, which is the document that sits in this paper, which has been worked on and I talked about that. The other 2 are related to the appointment and removal of directors and the skills matrix for those directors. These are all the sorts of decisions which, when you look at the way this legislative framework is stood up, they are quite significant ones. The statement of expectations is a document that the company needs to give effect to through its decision making. So it's right, in our view, that that needs to be in there and higher level of support from across the partners. The other types of decisions for everybody to take note of is on the other side of the page, page 73, where in section 2, we have set out more generally the role and specific responsibilities of the partner committee. In all of those capacities, they will be making decisions and informing the activity of the board, but in a majority sense, but striving to achieve consensus.
Thank you so much. Are you clear now in terms of what is? I just want to put back to you, Councillor Cloud. Would you propose that we around this table were only holding votes through unanimous agreement?
Clause 8.1, it used to be unanimous and it's come back to us at 6.
So my question to you is, if around this table in council, would you propose the same, that we here had to have unanimous votes? And if we did that, what would the impact?
We do on some things, have to have.
Differences.
Hold on.
Fourth has to be unanimous.
Could I get clarification? Is there a particular type of council decision there?
Only if, sorry, through your chair. Only if it's a forthwith decision being made by. In other words, under that particular standing order, a forthwith decision is one that council basically has to support when it gets to, if under our old regime, committees would recommend to council. So there were 2 decisions made. One, So to avoid a situation where a decision had to be made quickly and council wasn't meeting in time, there was provision for what was called a forthwith decision. So all the members of that committee, if they unanimously agreed with the recommendation, then when it got to council endorsed that decision. It was not.
So in very, very limited cases, this council would unanimously vote. And I think I'd invite Councillor Beth to reflect on.
Sure. So then in light of that, the fact that, you know, really originally it was unanimous and now it's 66.6, I would like clause 8C1 to read 75% instead of 66.6.
I'll just invite our guests to clarify if we were to propose that amendment in these and pass it, and if it was to be passed, what would be the implications of the process of getting this documentation signed off in terms of the other partner councils?
So if I may clarify, the particular clause around striving for consensus has been a consistent principle, and then the range of voting options and arriving at this compromised position of 66% has been subject to debate across councils in the last training as well. If Hutt Council were minded to make that amendment now, that would need to be something which is taken to the Partners Committee to try and work through for agreement next week. So Hutt City Council and Wellington City Council have agreed this document on the basis of the 66%. I think the balance that we've tried to strike with this voting arrangement is that it's both proportional voting with the 66% and also requiring a majority vote position as well. So 4 out of the 7 partners needing to support a motion. So it has that balance to ensure that there is fair representation as well as a recognition of the larger councils of Hutt City and Wellington City. I apologise, Your Worship, I need to duck out for a CE meeting now, if I may.
Thank you. Excellent. Are you?
I think the only point I would add to that is that, as I said earlier, this has been a compromised position that's been reached to reflect the greater population and the greater asset value that has been brought in by some over others. Across the sector, we are seeing these difficult discussions play out, but we are striving to achieve a fair interpretation of how proportionate decision making is achieved. I think from a practical perspective, if your council was to not adopt this arrangement, having already had 2 councils adopt this arrangement, they would then need to go back and relitigate and make a decision to either endorse your preferred option or stick with their version. Now, the problem we've got is if they stick with the version that's currently documented, it just creates that difficulty. And these discussions have been going on for some time, as your Chief Executive and CFO will be able to advise you. This is not something that's been an easy fought battle. Hard fought is probably the right term, but from a process perspective, there would be some serious difficulty if we had to go and try and relitigate.
So just a question, so the 2 that have still got to vote, that's Wellington City?
Greater Wellington and Porirua City are both voting tomorrow, and their recommendations from officers have been to adopt these documents in the form that was approved by Wellington City. And so Wellington City approved with their amendments on a unanimous basis.
So so the majority partner committee representatives have voted. Okay.
So I guess so what I'm hearing and I understand the reservation. Concern is around the lack of power of voting power. I absolutely understand. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is that what I'm hearing as a proposed amendment is that we would be looking at just having 1 extra person be for that particular resolution between the 66 and 75, 1 extra partner. That's the implication. And I guess I would like to put to you, is that worth having all going back to the drawing board?
We would put it in simpler terms because 66.6 is a bit difficult to, like, it's 2/3 versus 3/4. So 66.6% is 2/3 of the vote and 75% is 3/4. It's easier to say it that way.
Sorry, my just for clarification, it's 5 out of 7 at the moment.
And so this would effectively make it 6 out of 7.
Correct.
Yes.
And that's where the number is being cut. We take it to 75% and lifts it up to that much higher threshold. And we need to reflect reality with these types of decisions. If you've got 7 partners, it might cause things to come to a crashing halt. If you need 6, it's getting close to unanimity. So I think this is trying to strike the right balance to achieve a workable framework for these types of decisions, recognising then that there might not be a possible path to achieve unanimity in all cases. However, we're setting an expectation in these terms of reference that you strive for consensus. But as part of that, it's going to be really important for your representative on this committee to be conscious that this is a decision affecting Upper Hutt's district, but it's also going to be a company that is acting and delivering water for an entire service area. So there's going to need to be an appreciation of the dual function of that representative.
What I'm going to do now is
It's
just
okay.
test.
We can't do 75%. I'm okay with it.
Oh, you are okay? Okay. Otherwise, I was going to test it. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Shall we go back into
Debate.
So ending the suspension of the standing orders. We'll go back into debate. Councillor McLeod, were you finished or did you have further?
No.
Did you have further points? You're all good? Okay, fantastic. Councillor Dillon.
Through you, Your Worship. Just follow up on Angela's comment about it. Originally it was unanimous and then it brought it down to 66.6%. In what was the reason? I think you recently answered the question, but I'd like to clarify it. Was it the sorry?
I think there's been a
Sorry, so what we're doing now is returning to us each providing our statement and position. So you've got your 5 minutes to speak. But if there was something you missed, someone else can clarify.
I apologize.
No problem.
Worship, in the light of what we have got here in the papers, and as Kerry mentioned about the legislations and the financial liability if we don't move further with the decisions, so I'll go for it. I'll go for it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Corey White.
Very Worship. For me, I agree with what a lot of the councillors are saying here, especially around the costs and that associated and what that will look like being passed on to our public, our ratepayers. But the cost and the time that has already been put into this is so much, and this will push that can, kick that can further down the road. There's all that work stream that the council here they've put in. This is years of work to get us to this point here. We need to make sure, I guess, that our city has a quality water asset and quality water flowing through those pipes as quickly as possible. And my perspective is that if we delay this, it's just going to kick that can further down the road, and then we will have some really, really big issues. We have to act as a team. We're part of a team. Hutt City stated that they didn't want to be a part of this entity, or so we heard earlier, with us. So we need that wastewater asset. We need to share services. Going forward, I'm going to support this choice and choosing to adopt the plan.
Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, reluctantly, I will support this, mainly because of the cost of delaying it. I'm not comfortable that we're transferring over 6% where everybody else, 6% of debt where everybody else is averaging out at 24%. That seems to be an inequity which we should have been able to see either in voting rights or in some sort of reward for the good management that we've put into our infrastructure over the years. But it is what it is, and everybody has put in a lot of work, and I totally agree with Deputy Mayor Corey, that if we kick it down the road, we're just going to cost everyone more money, more frustration, and it's just going to end up the same way.
The Wheeler, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Very hard night to try and keep everyone happy, isn't it? I think we have to go through with this, and I've seen in the past, 10 years, when we've had MetroWater and the issues we've had, we're willing to move it. So hopefully this will be better than what we've got now. And I think if it's done properly, and that's what we're hoping, it's done properly and fairly, and it's good for our community.
Does anyone else want to speak, or should we move to the vote? Move to the vote.
Yeah.
Are we moving to our first, yes. Okay. We are. Substantive item at 1:30. Goodness. Okay, well, I'll just make my final right of reply, just to say that councillors, some of us may not like this, but I remind you of your governance role, which means understanding and wider factors at play here, beyond just us and this decision, and also reminding councillors of the end goal and the intent of the reform, actually more efficient local water services, which is very clear through the systems and structures and processes that they've put in place. So we'll move to the vote. Sorry, I should have stood then. Okay, I have moved and we've had a seconder. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And to the contrary, no?
No.
Councillor Welsh, Councillor McLeod, Councillor Swales.
We have the
The division, yeah, I'm happy. I think we're doing it now, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Okay. Thank you for answering our questions and being so patient.
Speak. I'll see you already. Well done.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to consider the next item, going back one to item 4, and then we're going to have a break at 2 o'clock, and I suspect some people will need to sort out childcare arrangements, so it may be longer than 3, but I'll just first ask councillors if anyone has a conflict for this particular item. Could they declare that now, so that we can move into the discussion? I'll declare non-financial. So Councillor Harkness declares a non-financial conflict for item 4 and has left the room. Councillor McLeod?
Yep.
Councillor McLeod also on the same basis. Okay, thank you both. So this is my item to introduce, being a letter that is filled out by me. So we're talking about, this is page 5 of the agenda, item 4, Silverstream Spur. So I'd just first like to give us a little bit of context and then explain why we're debating this item today. So the impetus of this report is on a clarification of a position in relation to Silverstream Spur, confirming that the land is not considered surplus at this time. So Silverstream Spur is a 35-hectare piece of land and it's owned by council, and it is currently planted in pine trees with regenerating vegetation. It has limited public access. The Guildford Timber Company, as you heard earlier, has indicated a desire to construct a road through the Silverstream Spur, and that has been a matter of discussion over a long period of time, also as we heard this morning. We understand that the community has a preference for the spur to be retained as natural open space. And this was expressed clearly in submissions to both Plan Change 49 and Plan Change 50. So the reason that we're writing this letter is to provide clarity. That's to provide clarity to the Guildford Timber Company, who you heard have been focused on this project for a while, and also to the community. So this decision that we're looking at today is not a full and final decision on the use of the land. It is to send a letter to show them our intent of the process. So the process will be that we are going to review the open spaces strategy, and this will be part of that consultation. So it gives clarity to everyone that there is a process in front of us, and also what the status is of the land right now. Chief Executive, do you have anything to add on this matter, or no, you can say nothing to add?
Through you, Worship, no, nothing. It's very clear summary.
Excellent, thank you. I'll invite questions. Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, Your Worship. This letter, how does this letter affect the environmental court decision?
So this letter is entirely separate from the Environment Court decision. So this letter is in relation purely to our ownership as council of that piece of land, and is not relevant to that going through the process at the moment.
So the Environmental Court decision said contrary to what was before. Does the letter have an effect to that at all?
This letter is entirely separate. Yeah. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Do we have a GV land value on this piece of land?
I will defer to the Chief Executive.
Through you, Worship, no, we don't have a current one, but at various times in the past, it's been valued at approximately 2 million.
Yeah. Any further questions from councillors? Okay, I'll move that we receive and note the report titled the Silverstring Spur, proposed draft letter to Guildford Timber Company, and agrees to send the letter. So that's B, and if needed, authorises minor changes. So these are recommendations to a 1 and B. Can I have a second? Councillor Swales. Do any members want to speak? Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think after hearing all of the people that have come to speak today, some of the issues have always been around communication and articulating clarity around that decision. So I think going forward, as you have said, this has no reflection on anything else that is happening at the moment over that piece of land. I also hear you, and I hope the community hear you, that this is a decision made in a point of time. It is not for all time, and that is something that needs to be reflected when we do this vote. I will be supporting the needed votes.
Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, I feel this letter should be withdrawn or delayed until council can have more information on its value, use and the cost of keeping it. This was a piece of land left over from the Hutt County amalgamation in 1989, and it's been ignored since. Nobody wanted it. The forest is known, or the forest has no commercial value, and with council in a precarious position, $2 million is over 2.5%. It's in a rate rise that we could avoid. I feel all options should be explored and nothing left off the table. Selling it isn't going to change the open space. We heard from Rafe before that he intended to keep it the way that the public wanted, or there, and it'll save us a lot of money. So I'd like the decision to send this letter to Guildford to be delayed until at least 6, until we have more investigation.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Just make a final point here in relation to the Hammond, that this letter is just setting out our current intent, and we intend to go out to the community and give them the opportunity to have their say on whether on the use of this piece of land within a broader piece of strategy work. So the letter is purely at this point setting out what the existing status is, and that we are and sharing with them a process in terms of what the next steps are next year. I will, so I've got mover, seconder, and then we'll do the vote. So all those in favour of those recommendations, say aye. And contrary, no. Hammond, fabulous, thank you. We should go get our other members back in.
Bill, can you get them?
Oh, Corey's going, thank you. I'll declare it passed. There was something. The better go.
Hey, what's the school? Just for you.
People were saying.
Yeah.
Yes, well, it's 4 months worth of meetings, I guess, in many ways. Okay, I'd also, again, we're moving to item 6, and I'd again like to call for conflicts of interest. Oh no, I'm just checking because we had a discussion earlier. Next item's Plan Change 50. Is there anyone that could you declare the conflict so that we could
Declare the conflict, yeah.
of a non-financial, yeah. Excellent, thank you. Sorry, Angela.
I'll take my phone now so I can make games. Can someone just message me?
Okay. Page. So we're moving to 94, yes. I will hand over Group Manager Goodwin to introduce this item. So this is the plan stop, next steps for Plan Change 50.
Thank you, Mayor Zay. Through Mayor Zay, I just first of all like to acknowledge the members of the public who came in and took the time to speak on this matter earlier today. By way of introduction, the government's plan stop legislation took effect on 20th of August this year, therefore becoming law. Because Plan Change 50 had not reached hearings at that date, Council must now make a decision on this matter. Council is required to either withdraw the plan change or apply to the Minister for an exemption. If an exemption is declined, Council must withdraw the plan change and publicly notify it. Your decision today provides certainty to landowners, submitters, and the wider community, who are seeking clarity on the future of rural and residential zoning changes proposed through Plan Change 50 or PC 50. In terms of key issues and options, officers have evaluated 3 practicable pathways. Option 1, withdraw the plan change. Please note that this is our officer recommended option. This option has the lowest financial cost and lowest risk. It enables officers to focus our very limited resources on upcoming changes to the national planning system. There are a few, such as yesterday's announcement around the planning and natural environment bills that were released. Option 1 avoids investment in hearings and potential appeals when the zoning framework may change again within approximately 18 months. However, the trade-off is that some landowners will not see the rezoning that they have been anticipating since 2020. However, I note that as was discussed in the public forum this morning, there is nothing to stop any landowner or landowners applying for their own plan change or fast-track application. Option 2, apply for a full exemption. This option would require the entire plan change to proceed to hearings and likely appeals. It has an estimated additional cost of around $320,000 and approximately 1,200 hours of staff time. It is a high risk that the Minister will not consider the full rural review appropriate under the exemption criteria. And Significant components may need to be reworked once national direction and standardised zoning are released. Options 3A and 3B apply for a partial exemption. This option applies only to the residential, being option 3A, or residential and settlement zoning, being option 3B, components aligned with government housing priorities. This option offers a lower cost than a full exemption, with an estimated cost of around $200,000 and 350 to 450 hours of staff time. However, officers note fairness and scope issues, as some submitters would be unable to amend their submissions, and the partial pathway risks creating a fragmented rural framework. Across all options, officers note ongoing uncertainty regarding the incoming planning system, and the relitigation of PC50 related issues is likely in 2027. In terms of the decision sought today, officers recommend option 1, withdraw Plan Change 50 and publicly notify the decision. I note that as per paragraphs 37 and 79 of the report, Council must make a decision on this matter and give public notice of the status of PC 50 by the 15th of January 2026. Just to front foot a likely question coming out as a result of the public forum earlier today, I can confirm that officers emailed all 453 submitters on Plan Change 50 on the 28th of November of this year to inform them of the plan stock paper before you today. In addition, we notified all members of the public of today's agenda via our Facebook page. Without breaching any individual's privacy, I note that sometimes landowners are represented by consultants, and those consultants will be on the PC50 submitter database, rather than the landowners or the landowner representative themselves. Officers are available for questions, led by our lead paper author, Gabriella Ness, supported by her manager, Emily Thompson. And just to kick things off, I'd actually invite Gabby, if you don't mind, to please provide an update on attachment 4 since it was public.
Yes, through your worship. There's been a number of additional decisions made on plan changes which were seeking exemption in that attachment 4 since the agenda has gone out. Notably, the Ministry for the Environment has declined the first application for exemption. So that was Auckland Council's plan change 113, which was on notable trees, and the reason given for declining in full that application was that it was inconsistent with government's intentions for the resource management system, of the intention of less red tape that is premised on the enjoyment of property rights.
We'll move to questions, Councillor Perry.
Thanks, Commissioner. I guess the thing I was hearing this morning was largely about consistency and the frustration, and the fact that where PC50 started was a really good place, and then the highly productive lands through a spanner in that works for everyone involved. I don't know the effort you guys went through. So if we were to go to, a 3AB type option and take it back to that sort of stage, is that a possibility to work through and providing a certainty to those property owners?
The issue with potentially getting it down to that 3A, 3B stage is that with the change between the first draft and then the notified, obviously there was that highly productive land issue that came into play. So there would be a number of submitters that went, all right, obviously settlement or residential isn't going to fly under the regime, under the current scheme. So let me make it better and bring the bar down, and I'll ask for a rural lifestyle, which is something that fits more into that kind of rural environment, as a way to try and get their decisions to be less drastic, I suppose. Under 3A and 3B, we would be able to include them, and if they were aware of that kind of scope change, they may have asked for a different decision when they originally submitted. So because the submission stages have now ended, there's not really any opportunity for them to go back and say, hey, look, actually, if this is where I thought this was going, I would have asked something else. So it really locks in decisions, and we're only able to apply based on our notified version. If we would like to go back to the original draft, we would have to withdraw the plan change and redo the plan change as a new notified, which would come with its own exemption application if we wanted to do it, or we could build it into the regional spatial plan as part of the new system.
Okay. And then I guess would it be correct to assume that the notified version will be out of step with the?
Yes, so the notified version was based on the highly productive land changes.
Any other questions? Okay, that's what.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is, and it's great for the clarification because I did ask for those letters to go out and only Blisset and Goodwin doing that happened. But my question is, knowing that this government is looking at activating private development, right, and in version A and version B, there's possibly around 800 units that will be done. So with that, and if we agree that we go with the preferred option that officers have put us, how open is it for the government, the current government, knowing that we don't really know where they're going to land, or private individuals to put a plan change through? Once they put a plan change through, if that's what they decide to do, what does that do to the uncertainty of where government is at the moment with the RMA? Because one hand they want more houses, right? And on the other hand, they're saying, hey, we're going to make these changes, and that's why we're putting a stop on this because of the uncertainty. What does it do if we encourage? I'm going to leave it there.
Through your worship.
Thank you.
I think what you're asking is, would their private plan changes stand under the new
Under
system?
the exemption, yeah.
And I think that is, the reality is yes. Any private plan change that's applied, I believe under the new system, the same principles will apply, have applied in the past. You deal with the legislation at the time you apply.
Right.
So these are bills at the moment, so they would be working under the operative legislation, which is still the RMA. So any private, and the plan stop amendments that have been made to that. So any private plan changes, they've welcomed private plan changes coming in through the system. And any private plan changes would progress under the current legislation, even if they hadn't quite made it through by the time the legislation's.
And from my very high level reading through, you'll know this on a lot of pages of the resource management reform bills, councils will be required to do the same responsive planning greenfield development aspects, which are kind of currently being encouraged by the government.
Thank you.
Thanks, Worship. It sort of links to that last bit, is if we went with A, and then what can we do as a council to be enabling for all those impacted, how do we prioritise potentially impacted or significantly impacted PC50 people that were to apply?
Sorry, is the question, so if the people who would be subject to this plan change and they are not, if we stop it, how can we support them in what sense?
In terms of process or helping them get through that process, not in terms of decisions or outcomes, but certainly being enabling in that sense.
Just to clarify, through your worship, that's not related to option A or B. That would be where the council would support private plan change.
And just to be clear in terms of support, because we need to be absolutely clear that we are not able to direct them in terms of any decision making. But are you asking about in terms of fee structure or that sort of thing?
Those arrangements. I'm sorry, just to add to that, I'm conscious that I've been sitting here for 7 years in this space, so from that perspective.
And also acknowledging that many of them were going to do private plan changes and stop. So that's a good question.
So through your worship, private plan changes are something that there are two decision points that the council needs to make. The first is whether to accept it or adopt it. Given the plan stop, the only valid option is to
accept it as a private plan change, we wouldn't be able to adopt it as a public. Sorry, this is a little rusty here. So we wouldn't be able to adopt it and therefore adopt the costs because of the plan stock provision. So we have to progress as a private plan change. There are very limited reasons under that decision why we could reject it. It very rarely happens. They're very limited. So usually it's accepted and allowed to go through the process or adopted. Then once it's gone through the full process, had submissions and hearings, it comes back to the council for decision and subsequent to appeals making operative. So the only thing that happens in there is that there is a cost to the landowner for all of the council's processing time, and the staff don't have any discretion on those costs. That is set in your fees and charges in terms of the hourly cost and things for that. If council wish to do something different, that would be a decision that you need to take separately.
Could I clarify, is it your opinion that most greenfields developments where you've got rural land turning into more intensive development enabling housing, are they generally speaking private plan changes and thereby funded by developers? Or like how often does that happen that it's privately funded? Is that a regular occurrence for councils or?
Through your worship, it's about 50-50, I think. A lot of the time, if somebody wants to do a very large scale greenfield development, it's not zoned for what they're wanting to do. So they do want to move quickly and they will go through a private plan change. But often they will come and work with council when it's going through its plan review and go, well, actually, we've got this what we want to change and work with you and bring it into your review. So it is a bit of a fit.
And am I, is it right that some or much of the effort of this work that's already been done could be reutilised in private plan changes if someone wants to bring that to you? You've already done the work, you don't need to redo some of it. Would that be right?
That through your worship, yes, that would be clear. And also a lot of the work that's been done can also be brought through, hopefully, dependent on the details that we get in the new system, but hopefully can be brought through into the new system. As we work our way through that. So a lot of the ideas that people have had about particular zoning for particular land, particular activities they want to carry out that they put in their submissions could be brought through into that thinking.
Further questions or should I move? Okay. So I'll move that council receives and notes the report code plan stock next steps with plan change 50, including attachments. That's A, and then B instructs officers to undertake option 1 to withdraw the plan change in accordance with the legislation, and D authorises officers to make consequential amendments to that. So this is a motion to withdraw the plan change. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Hammond, thank you. So would anyone like to speak to the?
Your worship, can I suggest an amendment to the resolutions that are on the table? And yes. The amendment that
Are you clear on the amendment yet, or do you?
Yeah, no,
okay.
I am as still need to write it, and you might help me in combining what you and I would like to do. That when
you've got time, or Lisa's typing it.
Okay.
Yep.
So that when an affected landowner approaches council to apply for a private plan change, where they were encouraged to join plan change 50, could the council bring a recommendation or a paper to the councillors to look at whether there is any opportunity that we can help and assist them in the process? Now that's really long and wordy.
I understand the intent.
Well,
just I think so. The intent is to support those who were in the plan change process to bring their own private plan changes. What I'm not clear on is what support entails, and I'm very conscious that this is a regulatory matter. I might pass over to Geoff. Do you have any thoughts on?
Because I don't want to tell you how they're doing your job, but I'm just thinking that through the whole process, it's been open, transparent, and we've enabled them and we've encouraged them to participate in our process. This is, sorry, debate.
Yeah, no, so I have concerns that amendment would open us up to significant legal challenge of either predetermination or like elected member involvement in decision making. Is that a fair? You don't really need to say it. Yeah.
Yeah, look, that is, those would be the reservations that
Okay.
as a staff group we would have as well.
Yeah, so if you were to put that forward, we would need, I think, to adjourn and have advice, legal advice on whether that was.
I'm happy to withdraw.
Yeah, thank you. I understand the intent, absolutely, and it's clear that that you mean well and are trying to help the community with that. You know, there's obviously been a significant effort and time that they've put in, and there's a lot of delay. So I absolutely understand the intent. Okay, so with no further amendments. No further amendments. And now we're moving to speak. Oh yes, so Councillor Wheeler, thank you. That's finding my place.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had a few people talk to this in our public. For instance, we had Chris Upton talk about it, how it's been changed for the drastically changed from its initial conception. We also had Bob Ankur also talk about it. I'm in agreement with what Bob said about option 1, withdrawal of the plan change. I think we should reset, stop and reset. I think it's also prudently, financially prudent, and there's still a lot of uncertainty and there's still a lot of changes still happening.
First, before we move through the further questions, I just have to move that we, in accordance with Standing Rules 4.2, that we extend the meeting beyond the 2-hour limit. Because we haven't had a break in 2 hours, but we'll get to the end of this item and then have a break. But could I have a second to Councillor Carey declare that? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Declare that carried. Fabulous. All of the procedural things we need to do. Any other speakers on that motion? Councillor Dillon.
Through you, Your Worship, as the officer's recommendation, I think we're looking at the figures that that's going to cost us if we apply for the exemption. So in favour of ratepayers, I think we should withdraw the plan. So thank you.
Excellent. Any other speakers on this? Okay. So I'll just share my position. I acknowledge the significant time and effort from community on working groups, land engagement and submissions to get to this point. Clearly, again, like the MetroWater Tiaki decision, we are being forced into this position by the government. And again, there are costs and risks associated with that. And those costs and risks are now being put to us to decide. And those implications are on our community. However, we didn't put ourselves in this position. So we have to acknowledge that at the end of the day, we have very limited choice. And even if we were to apply for an exemption, that may be defined anyway. So I support the plan stop. I think it's the most sensible move given the ratepayer costs and risks associated with continuing, and also given there is a very clear and obvious path for most, if not all of individuals who want to take a private plan change that they can fund, and they can still take advantage of the work to date that has been done in that process, as I understand it. So excellent. We will move to the vote. All those in favour say aye. 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 To the contrary, no. Excellent. Declare that carried. We will adjourn because we haven't had a break in 2 hours. So how long is the sense of how long? 15 minutes, just 10, 15. Let's do 15. 15? Okay, 15. It's by the time we get to 15 minutes from now. Fabulous. Thank you, everyone. We'll move now to item 7, which is on page 155 of the agenda. I do need to note first that there was an error. There's an inconsistency in one of the positions, and the error is on page 179. Where no, that's not right. That's the one that's correct. The error is on. Should read in line with page 179. So that's right.
I think it's in the next paper, your worship.
Oh, it's in the next paper. Excellent. Thank you. If you could find it for me, Helen, and let me know what page number we're talking about. Thank you.
193.
193. There we go.
This one.
Oh, the next paper. Okay, fabulous. We'll leave that then for now. This is the establishment of the governance structure, and clearly it indicates a new approach. We've reset the whole committee structure, and that is to provide community with better assurance of our priorities, and also for operational efficiency. So that's all I'll say about that item. Do members have any questions? Councillor Clark.
I don't have a question as such, but I have a suggestion. So given that Greater Wellington Regional Council has taken their flood management committee, away essentially, and there doesn't seem to be a replacement to look after the river or the Awa, I would really like it, given that we've got 5 tributaries in our own little geographic patch. In fact, basically 5 tributaries to the Mamaroa, to the Te Awa Karangi, that we have a committee and that we invite Greater Wellington and Hutt City Council to that committee to look after the river itself.
Okay.
And we need to involve Mana Whenua in that, yeah. So I just think, because I know we can't, I know that I kind of mentioned it to you that we can't actually do anything with what Greater Wellington do with their structure, but I just wonder whether we need to pick up that gap. There was a suggestion from Heather from Friends of the Hutt River this morning around that. So
the request is, could we create a committee at this council for the rivers? What would it be that those would be for, given that we don't have the environmental mandate that Greater Wellington would? What would be the?
Well, I think if we have Greater Wellington and Hutt City and Mana Whenua involved, that it's actually, I suppose, would it be an advisory committee to the environment and climate change one? Because that's where they've subsumed it, right? They've subsumed the discussions around Te Awa Karangi into there.
Yeah, so what I suggest is we can take this conversation and have it with Greater Wellington.
Yeah.
It sounds like it does. The decision-making body at this point in time for that area and use. What's the better term here? For the environmental protection of the river. So I think we should have the conversation with them, and if we need to update, there's a provision in here for a 6 to 12 month review of committees, and then we can add it in later. I don't think at this point we would have to. The only way would be to table an amendment to re-look at the terms of reference, which means we couldn't.
I just, on behalf of the river and her tributaries here, we just don't have anything now. We don't have any. Yeah.
I would just also ask how you would see that moving with the committee that is around providing direction on environmental biodiversity, waterway protection, because there is that already as part of one of the.
Yeah.
Could we defer this conversation? Unless there's an amendment to be proposed, I think we should defer, because at this point, we can discuss that as we go. Any other questions? Still on questions? Any other questions? It's getting confused because that was more. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. So we have added a resolution B. That's up on the screen. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. And so I move that we I move recommendations on item 7A B, C. All the way through G. So. So I'll just ask if we could have an officer explain the addition of that of B. Is that something, Geoff?
Through you, Madam Chair, we should, good to.
Good.
Yeah. I don't understand. Through you, Your Worship. Essentially, this is helps sort of future-proof in terms of reference for the standing committees. I mean, it is essentially as written, so it provides the power to perform the responsibilities of another standing committee where necessary to make a decision before the next scheduled meeting of that other committee. And so it's basically providing for flexibility is what it's doing.
Question on that.
Yes, thanks. Just one question on that. We've got a range of standing committees and some of them are committees of the whole. Is it specific to committees of the whole? And would they have to be forthwith or?
I might defer to. Sorry. No.
Through you, Chair, all of the standing committees are committees of the whole. So it would still come back to everybody for consideration. The aim is basically to avoid needing to do extraordinary meetings.
I like that idea. Is it forthwith then, or is it just as per the normal proportionate voting?
You would just need to resolve as a committee that you're making that decision on behalf of the other committees, so that there's a record where that decision making is going to sit.
Yeah.
And so with that, that's on behalf of another committee then, it's not on behalf of council and full council, and that would be the forthwith space, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. Through you, Chair.
Yes. Councillor.
Through you, Your Worship, just a point of clarity here is that some of the structures don't have all of the members on them. So when you delegate the authority to say let's say risk, and there is a decision that is made, they make it on behalf of full council.
And through you, Chair, risk isn't a standing committee. It's a specialist committee, so this is only applicable to those initial standing committees that are committees of the whole.
Lisa, would you like to, sorry.
Yes.
Lisa, I think for clarity for everyone around the table, it would be really good to know what the standing committees are.
So, okay, sure. They are set out, and it's probably easier to be in the sitting side of it. So, and in the following paper, the appointment committees, the standing committees of the whole are the long-term planning, performance and finance subcommittee, the city planning, infrastructure and environment committee, and the community and economy committee. So all the others are statutory and specialist committees or a regulatory processes committee or other specialised committees.
Any other questions on this recommendation? No. Okay. Well, so can I have a seconder for the recommendation, Councillor Carey? Do any members want to speak? No. Excellent. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary, I declare that carried. Moving a bit faster now, which is okay, so now we're on to item 8, elected members, appointments to council committees, subcommittees, panels and groups. And so in this one, there is an error, and I believe it is on page 193. And that error is inconsistency with the previous paper. And it should read on 193 under District Licensing Committee, the Deputy Chair should read Councillor Helen Swales, and the Deputy Queries actually using that committee. So, does anyone have any questions in relation to the report? Otherwise, we can take it.
Just a couple of questions. When do you envisage being able to come to us with the opportunities for the independent chair of risk and insurance and the commissioners for the district licensing committee? When do you think you might have that timing?
My answer is as soon as possible, but is there an officer that suggests how
It depends
And
on
I think these community members,
yes,
creative communities too.
Yeah, as soon as we can, we'll get that underway. I have already been thinking about it, and process, of course. Did you have Councillor? Well,
Three. I think there's another inconsistency in the strategy and revenue working group.
okay,
So it should be myself.
Councillor Carey should be what, sir?
His name should be my name, I think. Sarah?
Which one?
Which one?
Financial strategy and revenue working group.
And it's inconsistent with what? So that's page 194.
194.
And which area do you think it's inconsistent with? Because you're on the next group, which is the strategic projects oversight working group.
I'll find the bit where it mentions us in the previous.
Page 186.
Oh, so where it says name.
I think I was on the financial strategy and strategic project.
So the inconsistency on this.
Oh, I see. Okay. And in terms of reference, the working group for financial strategy working group. Okay, I see. Yes, so that is supposed to be, that is an error. It is supposed to be Councillor Matt Carey. And Councillor Welsh, you're in the following committee. So thank you for picking that up. We'll have that corrected.
In terms of the council's.
I know, I said it.
So is that clear now? Everyone? Excellent. Sorry, I've got a Councillor.
Yeah, through you, Worship. The community members we appoint, do they remain the same throughout the whole term? Yeah, I mean, the civic award and the other, on other committees, we have those community members appointed. They remains the same person remains.
I will see it last.
You sure they do? But the creative communities from Worship, they were the same throughout the.
Then yes, otherwise we can come back to you on that point, because it's not substantive.
So the one on the district license committee, they're not?
That's a.
It's
So it's an appointment. Yeah, so that gets appointed and then they can leave it. So it's as required, as needed. Okay, Councillor.
So Councillor Bill Hammond and Councillor Angela McLeod have just had a little bit of a corridor, and he really enjoys the civic awards.
Yeah, I was crying because I'm not.
I'm really happy to swap that out.
No, it'd be my sorry. Otherwise, I'd love to just do it again, just to be part of it.
Well, if you don't mind, she doesn't mind. Fabulous. I love this. Well, this is the nicest thing that's happened today.
I know they're really cool.
I owe you a drink.
We can't have that going on. I'll note that as a joke. Excellent. Okay, so any other errors or changes? No. Excellent. Okay. I move that we receive recommendation item 8 recommendations A and B, and I move that we confirm those appointments. Can I have a second, Councillor Holderness? All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Moving on to item 9. Elected members' appointments to regional committees, joint committees, subcommittees and forums on page 191. We have one additional appointment in this item for Council received correspondence on the 5th of December from the Minor Charitable Trust, and that was requesting a representative for this appointment panel. And generally speaking, these are the mayors. So I have appointed myself on that. And that has been added for confirmation today, so you can see that up on the screen. Was there any other excellent. Okay. I will move to questions. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, Councillor.
I am very conscious that Councillor Carey has a particular set of skills and he's
makes him sound dangerous.
And I just wonder why can we not have him on the civil defence emergency?
I will tell you that I've tried. I can confirm I have tried, and I put him on there. By the terms of reference in that committee, which was not our committee, it confirms that it must be the mayor. So yeah.
Oh.
Excellent. So I move that we confirm. Sorry, question.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Page 200, point D, notes that Greater Wellington Regional Councils opted not to continue with Te Wakarangi, which I had been appointed onto.
Yes.
And they're going to instead combine it with environment and climate change. I'm just wondering, does that leave me with a possibility of that new committee? Or
so they are going to create a separate group, and I will get confirmation of what the terminology of that. A forum. And I'm happy to propose you as the chair of that forum once it's set up. So it's essentially a substitute for the same function. However, it has more of less of a formal standing, because the decisions in that group couldn't then be implemented without coming to other committees anyway. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's the reason it was disestablished, but I'm happy to propose you as the chair of the forum, which would basically enable the conversations to be had around Te Wakarangi, other awa and streams that we have here, and other environmental issues.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Fabulous. All right. So I move that we recommendations A and B, and that we receive the report and that we confirm those appointments. Can I have a second to Councillor Dillon? Oh, do you have a second? Great. And would anyone like to speak? Fabulous. Those in favour say aye. Aye. No. So that's carried. Item 10, elected member remuneration. So this is on page 206 of the agenda. There is a report here from the Chief Executive. I think we could take it as read, unless there's anything in particular that you wanted to raise.
Thank you, Worship. The only thing I would say is that this is really, as you can see from the attachment to this particular report, it's all pretty much locked in stone, and really the only decision that you have to make is how you allocate the pool of funding. So, yeah, look, the sooner you rubber stamp it, the sooner you get paid.
No, that's fine.
I just want to know how come arithmetic, how'd that come from?
So essentially it's all based on the Remuneration Authority recommendations. Okay, does anyone have any questions in relation to the report? Okay, I move that we accept all those recommendations together, unless there's any objections to that. No, that's item 10, recommendations.
What did you forget?
All good? Okay.
Understanding.
Okay. So moving recommendations, item 10A through H. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Swales, and does anyone want to speak? Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
We're moving on to item 11, adoption of the council meeting schedule. So I would just like to highlight with this particular item that we will review the council meeting schedule mid next year to see if it is working. Clearly we've had a complete reset of committees, so we may have cadence how often those committees are is until that meeting. So I also would like to note we have not decided on the meeting times that we'll have for council. So we are doing some engagement on that at the moment, and all we have set is the dates, and we will come back. Clearly we will not have marathon meetings like this very often. So yes, that was a decision to have the 9 o'clock meeting today was obviously required because that's what we do. Excellent. Do any members have any questions? Okay,
Can I just make a suggestion? If we've not made a decision around the timing, could we just remove clause 8 or accessibility 8? That's assuming that there would be daytime meetings. Page 230.
So this reads, so this is in the report.
Yeah,
and it's in the discussion. Yeah. So you're suggesting that we remove the discussion point 8.
Yeah.
To say daytimes may limit.
Because we're not discussing the timing.
Oh.
No, but it's just a
daytime.
It's just a note. It's basically a note. It's not a recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, I move, there's no further questions? No, okay, I move A through E. Councillor Carey, all those in favour, does anyone want to speak? All those in favour say aye. Aye. 2 o'clock no. All those carried. Okay. Now we're on to item 12, a review of elected members' expenses and allowances policy. So this relates somewhat to on page 234 of the agenda. I'll take that paper as read unless there's any particular anything to add. So.
No, I mean, through you, yeah, I mean, just to note that within the paper, Jim here has highlighted the key increases to childcare allowance thresholds, home security reimbursement, travel entitlements, and hearing.
Okay, do members have any questions? Councillor Ultra.
Do we have any updates to the criteria for the home security?
Through you, Bishop. We don't get currently yet. We are working on that. It's still
currently okay.
I'm just sorry, we'll note there's also a typo that we did catch in the policy, but not in the paper, but not in the policy. So the ICT allowance should add up to 850. It's been corrected in the paper, but not in the policy.
And would anyone else like to ask questions?
Yeah, what's just a question, but possibly a discussion enough around the phones and the need to be available and deal with us in bags. Specifically, there's an allowance to go back, but so it's $150.
200 page 266.
Yeah. Now, if the law is changing where sort of the Lacoima rules and that, and everyone's personal phones, which is presumably what everyone's using for council, are likely to be available. I know for a number of people that's probably also the link to their livelihood.
Yes.
In which case, I imagine, like myself, many are probably considering getting a second phone because there's always going to be an expectation of being available. What does that look like? So in terms of remuneration and accessibility there, we just wear that and that's part of it?
So I am happy to have that conversation, and I'll just check that in this current policy, would that be allowed? Is there scope within the policy to enable councils to have phones for council within what the any?
I don't know, Jim,
through you, Chair, Your Worship. My understanding is we are bound by the determination. The determination sets the amount, so I'm not 100% sure we could actually allow more than that. The determination sets at 200.
Is that because of what's already been issued in terms of ICT allowance?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's not something we can.
So the previous our previous policies have just said there's 800 or $750, I think it was, for ICT allowance, but the actual determination breaks it down by category. And so we've gone with the determination, broken it down by category, which is what we're supposed to be doing, and we should have been doing that all along.
Follow up, yeah.
You can make an ask that maybe a future workshop we can discuss options around this, or what can go back, because I don't want to litigate it here or try and push through, that's fair, but I think, you know, there's probably trade-offs that we might agree to around, you know, travel allowance, which is arguably irrelevant for most of us working around the region, versus ICT and support. So
yeah, absolutely. Any further questions? That's a what?
Sorry, through then. With regards to that, are you saying point A would include the words mobile device or something like that, rather than it's under 7C it says for use of mobile phone. Is that the plan and usage, the device itself?
Which part of the page, which one is that?
Page 266.
266.
Where it's broken down.
sorry, if I could just give a position and then say an example with
yeah, go on.
I've had a conversation with the members. Effectively, if we're now in this position where anyone can arguably live Waimara and we have our phones sequestered for that purpose, then for me, that's a loss of a phone and a number for however long for work, and it probably is the same. So in my mind, I'd be looking to get myself, and probably will be looking to get myself a dumb phone that I can text and call people and I can be contactable on, because I've set up with, you know, Stella and email and everything on my iPad. So that's the kind of consideration of whether or not the answers extend to those sort of thoughts. Thanks.
So just to clarify the policy, we're talking still on page 266. It says, and if a elected member is required to use their own equipment as determined by council to perform the functions, council may pay amounts as follows. For the use of a mobile telephone, $200. So if you talk about a dumb phone being like a $50 phone or something, then I think between that device that you buy and the credit, it may fit within that, unless we have reached the full allowance already with our other ICT equipment, which I don't think was clarified yet. So we'll come back to you on whether that is the case, and otherwise we have no opportunity to exceed it. Any further?
Did that answer? Sorry, did that answer my question whether the telephone is part of 7C or part of 7A? Well, the case. Coming back to it.
Yeah, it's coming back to you. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Well, we just don't know how much we've spent already on the iPads that we have. So there's a total pool of money for that ICT equipment, and if there's further money. And I understand the concern. Any further questions? Okay, I'd like to move item 12A through, let me see, SK, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Ultra. Does anyone want to speak for and against the motion? No. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Item 13, implementing open by default workshops. This is on page 276. So this item was requested by myself because our neighbouring councils have opened up workshops for public on the recommendation of the Ombudsman in his report, and this was something that we heard very strongly, that I heard very strongly in the election, us to have more transparency, and I think that also helps the community understand the decisions that we make when we get to voting in this room. They can understand the context that we've been provided. So this paper sets out that we would open workshops up by default, but that doesn't necessarily mean all workshops would be open. There may be some that not to, in accordance with the wider legislation. There's three options here that we open them by default, limited or pilot, and then retain the current approach with workshops, generally speaking, well, all workshops are closed to the public and not live streamed. Just a clarifying point, opening them up doesn't necessarily mean that there will be public in the room. It may mean that we just live stream them rather than physically having public here in this space, just from a practicality point of view, workshops. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, Worship. 2 questions. This, just a clarity on open workshops accessible to the public. Just clarity, it doesn't mention anything in the paper that the public cannot turn up to here in the chambers during a workshop. So clarity, are we talking about live streaming only? That's the first one. And the second one is, who makes the decision that a workshop is not open?
So to your first question, we can set that, if we set them open by default, we can don't necessarily can't join in physically in the room. That's
live streaming only.
So live streaming only, yeah, that's still within the recommendations, I believe. And then the second question about who makes that decision, it would be the same process as we would for other decisions where we decide whether public or excluded, because it's, I'm assuming the same criteria, yeah. So it would be the same process that we would usually run. On that. Is there anyone that needs to add anything to that? No. Councillor Carey.
Thanks. Through Worship, I guess, and following on from that, I support the live streaming only option. That's transparent without discipline, you know. But in terms of that, you know, the public, non-public, will we have the flexibility in that workshop timing, you know, if we're going to sway into that space to be able to stop live stream and revert, you know, is that how that would be?
Yeah.
Switch.
Yeah, just like we do, like we have here, if we can adjourn. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, yeah, I support it, but when I was a new councillor, I was scared of asking the silly questions because I thought they're silly, which they weren't because everybody else started.
You still do.
But yeah, I'll leave it.
Nice.
If it was live streamed, I wouldn't have the confidence to ask those questions, and that was my main fear. When I got more confidence, it was fine. But as it was sort of when you knew, you don't know. Also, too, is that when there is live streaming, some people tend to showboat, and that just takes away a lot of the time that you're trying to achieve. Workshops were there just to just get things done, say what you wanted, and still go out respectful and friends. I'm scared that this may turn it into a little bit of a showy thing, and people will not ask the right questions and will go into meetings not fully briefed in what we should do. But overall, I support it.
I understand that as your statement rather than a question, yes. But I'll take it. There wasn't a question, or was there a question for me?
Sorry?
Was there a question for me in that?
No, that was.
Does anyone else have any questions, and then we'll move on to statements? Okay. Oh, yes, Councillor Beth.
Yeah, could we have also a category called briefings, where they are briefings, and then the briefing notes, if applicable, are made public? Because sometimes workshops are actually briefings, and there's a bit of a difference.
Yes, so that's part of this proposal in here as briefings as well. Any further questions? Okay, then I move recommendation, item 13, recommendation A, B, and C. So that is to proceed with option 1, implement an open by default framework. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Harkness. Do any members want to speak? I'll take in Hammond's. I'm taking note of Hammond's. Any further? Councillor Carey.
Can I move an amendment that if it's either option B 1 or 2, that's part of it, virtual live stream only.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I've got A, B and C, but you've got 1, 2, 3, I get you. So you're saying option B1 that we add by live stream only?
Or B2, whichever they go with, but those are the 2 open options.
Oh, yeah, so in case somebody wants to go to.
Yeah, that would be an operational decision. And the point of the paper is to show our elected member intent of opening them up to public, but how that policy is delivered would be an operational decision that we could influence.
Which is actually more of a, so as long as we communicate this to the public, we've already had people from the public think they can turn up to council. So you've got to communicate that out there, make sure it's very clear. I agree with that. It's Gary about make it very clear that it is live streaming only.
Absolutely, and to be absolutely clear, the workshops are for us to have the conversation, and the public are able to watch. It is not for public participation, and therefore there is no point in having public physically here because they're able to watch online. Yeah. So are you happy, Councillor Carey, we don't have that amendment? Okay, fantastic. So I'm still on moving AB1, and we have a seconder. So anyone else would like to speak? Okay, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Don't have to have a division because it's unanimous. Thank you. Item 14, audit report to management for the year ending 30 June, on page 281. And there is a report from the group manager for corporate services. Kate, we could take this as read. It follows on from our former meeting. Is there anything that you would like to add?
No, I'd just like to invite David Bradfield Wood of Audit New Zealand as our for the you received the report on 31 October of the high level findings, and this is just to follow on as the leadership says. And council asked for note and received.
Yeah, so we're only receiving this report. Does anyone have any questions? Wales.
Thank you. I sent a few questions so if I could go through the paper and ask them. So to you, Kate, on recommendation 1, with this the seats being an issue when we move over to the new water, is my first question on recommendation 1.
Kate, would you like to take them one by one or? Yes. Yeah, one by one.
Thank you, it will, great. And on number 2, these are all fine. With this data being done in time before the year in 2026. This is our comments that we've got there. Yep. Yes. Thank you. I have no issues with 3, 4, 5, and 6, but my next one is recommendation 7, which is on page 289. With the implementation of this recommendation, will this mean a rewrite of parts of the delegation handbook?
Recommendation 7.
Yeah, it's activate the system function that prevents the same individual from both initiating and approving transactions. And what we've got is officers have received a statement of work from the new.
No, it's not. It's a flow rather than a authority.
Okay, thank you. Number 8. I think this recommendation should be part of an update to the risk and assurance committee. Is my thought. I don't know how you feel about that, but I just think that it would be.
We can note that, yeah.
Thank you. And then I have no further questions. Thank you very, very much.
Any other questions from any other members? So I'll move that we receive a note. This report. We would like anyone. Have a seconder. Deputy Mayor White. Does anyone want to speak? Okay, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Item 15, Whirinaki Heretaunga Arts and Culture Centre annual report, and it's on page 296 of the agenda. I think we can take this as read, but I'll hand over to Mike Bryan if there's anything you want to add, and I know that we have a special guest with us as well. I'll let you introduce.
And if I can, your worship, is do the two reports together, this and the next.
Oh, you
one.
want to do them together?
And
Yes,
for the new councillors, Upton City Council has two CCOs that they fully own, control, 100%. Council appoints the trustees. One is Whirinaki Heretaunga next door, and Tiaki o Kupinga Maidstone Park Trust. So as CCOs, they report to council 6 monthly and 12 monthly. This, what the paper sort of sitting in front of you at the moment, is the 12-month report from both CCOs for the year starting the 1st of July 2024 to the 30th of June 2025. It's a report that is just a receive and note. There is an opportunity to get both CCOs along early at a workshop in the new year to do a little bit more of a presentation around what they do. And that also aligns with a statement of intent that both CCOs provide to you each year, but that covers the next 3 years of operation, both financially and non-financially. So that opportunity to do a little bit of that and give that to both CCOs early in the new year is still planned. So that's pretty much it from me. I have Leanne Wickham, who's the director of Whirinaki, to answer any questions, and Julie Morrison's the chair of Tiaki o Kupinga, and Cindy is the manager there. So for the first paper, Leanne can come up and answer any questions that you may have around that paper. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Leanne. This really colourful and lovely report, and that gives us a really good sense of the activities that have taken place. So, I'll invite questions. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Where's our little trinkets?
For you to share, those that are coming to the meet and greet on Friday.
Councillor Swales.
Thank you, Your Worship. Leanne, it's a really comprehensive report, and the diversity of what you've offered is great. But when I go to the objectives and the measures, was there a particular reason why we didn't get managed for an exhibition? Because I know that you're really quite active in that space.
It's a timing thing. So we actually have in the last financial year, but we had 2 tours happening.
It's good to know that it's just a timing thing. My other one is budget revenues on page 335. So generate operational revenue, venue, hire, venue services, cafe, and then the budget revenues were not met as per the budget. Was there any reason? Is that just
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, a combination of those factors. Sales are down throughout the nation. Last year there's donations, and sponsorship. So yeah, it is a sign of upset. Yes.
I have a question, Leanne. The visitation numbers in here includes customers to the cafe. I know as a regular visitor there that there are a ton of people going through. Is there any way that Whirinaki can separate out those numbers in terms of helping us understand how many people are the broader facility beyond the cafe?
Yes, we can separate out all. Why we include that is because that's a national way of across the whole nation that everybody does, and for us it's a key part of what we offer. It's a key part of our operational expenses. So whilst we can extract that, we see it as a holistic, yes.
questions? No, okay, I recommend we go through this report and then we'll have other speakers join us after that. So I move that we receive and note this report. I'm speaking here, Councillor McLeod. Does anyone want to speak? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll move now to item 16, which is the Maidstone Park annual report. And in a very similar vein, this is the CCO report last. Mike's already given his comments on it, so we can move to questions. Councillor Winner.
Thank you, Worship. Cindy Drew. Just on page 399, Audit Report. Mr. Cash reconciliation procedures. You know, you're $1,500 over that, not reported, which is bigger than $1,500 under, and pretty suspicious as well. But so what's the best practice going forward?
The best practice going forward is it's a tricky one because our big sales that go through our bustle system, which is our point of sale system, are always in the weekend, which I always come in on a Monday morning and reconcile what the team bar manager has cashed up. So it's the very first thing that I do on a Monday morning post any type of event or anything like that. When it's a Monday to Friday and we've had sales over our point of sale, easy to do, reconcile straight away. It's getting the bar managers to fine tune their reconciliations at the end of the night and not just closing it off. It can be dealt with on Monday.
It's the education.
Yeah.
Further questions? Councillor Wells.
Thank you. On page 400, and I'm looking at the Moore and Markham's report, the auditor's report. It said during the stock take, the auditor noted several deficiencies in the delivery accounting process. Are we looking at implementing a better process or procedures?
Yes, there is. Yeah, we're implementing that at the moment that they identified any issues, and it was as simple as dotting a box that had been counted, so it wasn't cross-counted.
Good to know. Thanks.
Any further questions? Well, I will move that we receive and note the report. Second, Dylan, all those in favour say, does anyone want to speak?
I just want to thank you because I was here in the previous training and I know that we kind of put you through the hoops with regard to your projection over the 3 years. And whilst I alluded that there was something that I questioned that I wanted, I just want to say that it's really great to see the facility is working the way it is. It's great to see that more people are using the facility and that I can see that the harmony between the board and the staff is really, really great. So thank you for the work that you've done today.
And I second Councillor Swell's excellent summary. Thank you so much. Those in favour say aye. Aye. We're moving on to item 17, for the report. This is on page 415. I will ask the representatives, Kate Thompson, just give a very high level overview. This is the technical report, but they can give.
This is a technical report as the amended trust deed is included and has been marked up. Basically what this report sets out to do, and the purpose of the amendment is set out in pages 15 to 7, paragraph 15 to 17 of the report. It is clarifying the role of the trustee and the board. As people will know, if you want people to join a board, you need to clarify that, have clear roles around what their role and their liability exposure is. And this is what this amendment sets out to do. Our online council, we're 0.5% shareholder. It requires 90% to go through. And so we're doing this as a good share.
Okay, victims. I move the recommendations A through D. On this, I'm sure you want to speak. The votes aye. Aye. No, carried. Item 18, declaration of the Heretaunga Drain as a public drain. So this is on page 443. I can take this as read. Unless you have any particular burning desire to add to it, would you?
Have no burning desire to answer any questions.
Yes, okay, any questions for community operations? Councillor Ultra.
Very good, Your Worship. I just want to, so I can see why it is called Heretaunga Drain, is, you know, to define the council managing it and managing flood protection. So my question is whether we can take on board what was said by a forest reviewer, whether it could be named as a managed stream upper drain, so that it's still called Heretaunga Stream, but perhaps is this just in the water services policy where it's named as a drain, or is its actual name to the public in maps and things like that? Would that be a stream?
The Chief Executive has a
background
in this area as well.
Any desire to answer this question?
Through you, Madam Chair, Mayor, sorry.
Either's fine. Thank you.
Look, it historically is shown on all maps as a drain. And the reason for that is that it was largely a man-made construct. It's not a natural stream, certainly not on the alignment that it currently follows. But, you know, the name probably doesn't mean a lot. It's still there to convey water, and it does that successfully, whether it's known that it's a drain or a stream. There are, however, potentially some issues if you do decide to name it as a stream, particularly when you're seeking consent to do work on it. At the moment, it is easier to get approval to do work on a drain than it is on a stream. And given that the whole focus of this change was to alleviate the maintenance concern from those private owners, recognising that that serves a much greater community function, we then don't want to create another liability for ourselves in the future when work is to be done to restore it to its functionality. As it stands at the moment, sorry, just one more point. As it stands at the moment, if, for example, there was a blockage in that drain of some and it caused the drain to fill, the liability falls on the property owner as an individual. If it's a public drain, hopefully we never get into that position because we will spend a little bit more time and effort in terms of maintaining it as being fit for purpose.
Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of questions and maybe a small rant.
Oh, the rant, wait. Yeah, wait. Questions only, please.
Yeah, that's part of the questions.
Okay.
So the first one is Greater Wellington Regional Council. Do they have an interest in the drain at all? And with the new water entity, Tiaki, will they have an interest in the drain at all? Okay.
Still to be determined?
No.
Oh, okay.
The short answer is no. Greater Wellington do not have an interest in it. And at the moment, the liability, the responsibility for any work that happens on it falls on the individual whose property it happens to touch. In terms of if it becomes a public drain, then there is the potential to transfer the ongoing maintenance and operation of that drain to the new water entity. And that's why we're doing this work now, to protect the interests of those 200 plus private property owners who are adjacent to it.
So at the moment, council only thinks we are in submission, as opposed to now, when we vote on it, we'll make a decision of what it should say.
There has been some complicated attempts to try and get council involved in the maintenance of that waterway in the past. But because it's a private drain, there is no right of access to it through those properties. So the previous arrangement was that council would maintain the bed of the stream. And they used to do that by walking along the bed of the stream at one end to the other. Of course, that makes it rather challenging if something needs to be done where you need to get in resources or equipment. And look, anecdotally, a lot of that maintenance work used to be done using prisoners from the prison as sort of day relief work. But for a variety of reasons, that had to be stopped.
I'll just bring councils to attention. So back in 76, we
Is this a question?
This is the ring.
well, this is part of the question of why council has, whether they had more control over it. So in 1976, we brought the floodplains down at Freiberg. Is that correct? We built them.
I hear a question in there. That's good on. Good on.
And so 2016, we had a day where it was continuous rain for 3 days there, and we dropped one of the flood grates down there and prevented, and we were going to literally flood out. We take a prison area for flooding our properties and that. So we're within 30 minutes of actually dropping both and flooding the whole area. So by us having control of that drain, right, it's a must, I think, for all the people down there. So hopefully we do vote on this. Question is.
So is the question?
There was a small egg. Looking at the bottom.
Is the positive move for flood management? Is that Can I summarise? Is this a positive move for flood management? Is a yes or no or a?
Absolutely yes.
Okay, excellent. Oh, with more questions. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Corey White, I'm very sorry.
Question, I agree with Tracy. Is there a way of having a pipe, like legally having, it is called the drain, but then known locally as, in brackets, having a name that the locals know it? Yeah.
I think through you, I think it's really important to acknowledge that the way that we used to manage drainage assets and the way they're managed now are quite different, and that that naturalisation and those sorts of approaches are much more prevalent than what we used to do, which was go through with the digger and just dig a hole. And so that will be the approach to this, very similar to the approach as we go through and do the asset assessment of walking through the drain, engaging with the owners that the drain property it's on, having a conversation and talking and working with them around how we move forward from here. So very different approach. So drain, stream, river, whatever, it'll get treated in a much more natural way, still ensuring it has that ability to have flow come through. But I think that challenge we'll have if we start calling it something different is the one that the chief executives pointed out, and it'll make it much more difficult for us or whoever in the future to manage it.
Did you have a subsequent Deputy Mayor? Are you okay?
I see legally, yes, as calling it the drain, but I see locals have been calling it this for many, many years. I see this as being something that is known in the area as a stream. So
How's Creek?
He's asking if it's possible that we can, those two things can be true at the same time. It technically is a public drain in this recommendation, and then we call it on our maps
Through history.
and we recognise it as council formally as.
It doesn't seem like much, but for the local people, it is a thing.
But I think, I mean, again, through you, Rachel, I imagine that the locals will continue to call it a stream and engage with it as a stream, and hopefully the work we'll be able to do will to be able to bring it more towards that as a asset rather than away from it. And if there is some way that we can acknowledge that that historical or the naming of it, then we'll certainly look to see what we can do as we go through the process. Absolutely.
Okay, Councillor Carey.
Worship, it's kind of in line with the general protections and that, you know, things like discharging into it and dumping into it, or people throwing their lawnmower clippings into it, and that are still non-permitted activities, aren't they? So all of that protection of the waterway in that sense still stands, correct?
It's correct.
So my understanding so far is that the legal difference between a drain and a stream reduces our cost in terms of getting consent, and this does physically align more with the drain, and it's more in intention and name, and that we are looking to name it as a stream. Is that a fair summary? Okay. Councillor Ultra, I think was first.
Yeah, so it's still obviously. It's still obviously stormwater is regardless of whether it's a drain or a stream, and either way it's still a tributary to the main river via Pinehaven Stream, and Pinehaven Stream also has built infrastructure as well as natural infrastructure, so and it's still used as drainage for the Pinehaven area, but it's still called a stream. So I tried to go back as far as I could, and it took me back to the 1970s where there was a lot of works done, but it looked like the entire Hutt Valley was a braided river once upon a time. It was, you know,
Can I ask if you're going to come to a question?
Everywhere.
Is there a question here?
So yeah, so my question would be what we can do around education, because I still see things happen where people are dumping in streams and drains, and that could be particularly painters. They don't seem to dispose of leftover paint very wisely.
I think we'll leave that question because it's not necessarily in relation to the paper, because at the end of the day we're debating whether it's a drain.
So 1976, when the floodgates were actually installed to protect the properties, why was the drain not made public then? If they were going to protect the properties, wouldn't it be logical to actually done it then?
Three worships, I think, and Susan's here who did a lot of the research to inform the paper. Look, it could well have been. We can't find the documentation or the records for that. A lot of the information, I think the paper outlines that, a lot of the information is residing in ex-staff heads and probably paper form and all sorts of things. So as it states, some of the portions of the drain have easements over them. Some have access agreements, some don't. So this is just about clarifying, making it really clear and putting that a documented decision on record and moving forward from there. So we don't know the answer to that question, and it could well be.
I'm going to suggest we move to the vote now.
We should discuss the question, and it's around the recommendation option. Yes. Okay. So my question, and I'll be brief, is under the option 2, which is recommended. My question is around number 23 in that paragraph. Under this option, full condition assessment of the drain is proposed to allow the development of a forward works program focusing on maintaining its service level. And I go back to what Sue Harkness from the Member of Public said with regard to ensuring that they're kept informed with this process. Do we intend to do that? And do we have any idea of what the cost of that work might be, and any idea of when it might happen?
Three questions.
Through your worship, so there's $20,000 outlined allocation in the paper that says we've allocated that initial condition assessment.
Okay.
And we'll make the calls.
Okay.
Got someone ready that can do it, but probably in the new year. And the engagement with the community will be very similar to the engagement we've been doing recently.
Thank you.
To making sure people know we're coming.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, so I move on page 3, recommendations to A to E, to declare this as a drain and associated recommendations. Can I have a seconder?
Option 2.
It is option 2, yes. Option 2 to let me double check now that I take that. Declare the drain public, yes. But yeah, recommendations A through E reflect that option, I believe. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Carey, all those, would anyone like to speak? We had a lot of speaking through the questions. So.
Yeah.
Anyone else? No. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
No. Okay, I've just asked if we can do the road closures in one go, and apparently we cannot. So I do know that some members have to leave, and I welcome those members to confirm who they are and if they have to leave. Yeah, and they both have excellent reasons for leaving, and we didn't expect the meeting to go this long. So we still have a quorum, as far as I understand. You're waiting? Okay. So councillor. Do I have to vote on it? Okay, so it's noted in the minutes that councillor. Okay, we're going to whip through hopefully these road closures. Let's see how far we can be. We're moving on to item 19, temporary road closure of the Heretaunga Blisset, page 449. No further comments. Any questions? Happy to move. Okay, and seconder Councillor Swales. So we've moved Councillor Ultra, Councillor Swales for item 19. And all those in favour say aye. Aye. If we no. Okay, item 20, in the same vein, road closure for Rossville Hill Climb Motorsport, page 455. No further comments. Can I just have a comment on that? Do you have a question or a comment?
Comment.
Okay, so we've got any questions? No. I'll move Councillor Swales will second, and time for a statement. Yep.
So as someone who lives in the area, it would be really handy if the road closure, or at least the notice of the road closure, was further back at the intersection of Mangaroa and Wallaceville Hill and Whiteman's Valley roads, because otherwise you go around the corner and then it's into it, and it's really hard to turn around. So
frustrating.
Yeah.
Noted. And
I know one of the objections is around the timing. And so it's just about knowing that there's some farm folk over there that need access earlier in that,
Okay, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. I think we should hear it.
Well, this is really good practice, being this year now that we've got so many items. I feel like now, now I can't forget. Well, now I say that I'm going to mess one up, aren't I? Okay, so we've got a late item which was referred to in the very beginning of this meeting, and that's the application for the temporary road closure. The reason that item was late is because it wasn't there when we delivered. So no further comments. Excellent. Move and Hammond for second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry. That's the golf appointment. Did you have? No, go too fast. I went too fast. We've already voted. We'll do in that case. Don't be left. Just figure it out after you say it.
Nothing good to do. It's really good.
So, Your Worship, just with this is a new one, and it's different to a lot of the other road closures we had. This is a 3-day one, not a 1-day one. So, just going to be very, consulting definitely with the people in Gulf Road, making sure they will know. But the question I've got is just clarity on the effective people, how far along Ferguson Drive are we talking? On these sides. I don't know how far down, and because it could affect shots over the other side, so you could get objections from shots across the road.
Yeah,
Close by.
It's only Golf Road.
I thought it was only Golf Road as well.
Yeah.
It's only Golf Road.
Well, how many down Ferguson Drive are we talking about affected?
It looks like none, am I correct?
Through your wish, so it's not the closure of, as you say, Ferguson Drive, and it shouldn't impact on that. The impact might well be that if they can't turn to Golf Road, they might park in other areas. So we'll have a conversation about how wide that engagement needs to be in terms of more specific law. But it's a valid point that if they can't go down there for the event, they might park in front of a shop and not allow someone wanting to stop at the shop.
And clarification, it's not a road closure, it's road management, so, or.
I think through your wish, it's a road closure because residents only, I mean, Wollaston and those sorts of things do manage the residents' access, so it'll close, you'll get a permit as a resident and be allowed.
So hypothetically, how do you, if it's on down Golf Road, residents stay there, but say they want to have a barbecue or something like that, is it they cannot park down Golf Road? They can maybe get inside and allow them driveway, but not allowed to park outside. Is that the extension?
So I believe that before we realise you had a question, we did actually already vote and have the numbers passed, is that right? So we yeah. Sorry, Councillor Wheeler, I moved too fast, but we had already made the vote. Great. Item 21, private road naming and subdivision. A 272 Ferguson Drive, page 461 of the agenda. This again very easy, simple report. Does would you like to speak to it? Anything, Kate? No.
No, I have nothing to add to the paper that's already there, your worship. I've got nothing to add, but I see the hand up, so.
Question, Councillor Swales.
Thank you, your worship. Just a question, we were looking at the timing of presenting a policy to us around, do we have any idea of when that might be?
Early in the new year, these ones are through your worship, these ones are a hangover. You'll note the date for the paper was 1st of October. So that they're well underway with the developer, but the policy is a real development. And we're in pretty much the final stages of it. So it'll come into here for.
That's my only question. Thank you, your worship.
No problem. Any further questions? Okay, I move that we receive the report, authorise the proposed road name for the subdivision. Can I have a second, Ultra? Does anyone want to speak? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Item 22, similar road naming of subdivision in 82 Adelino Street, page 465 of the agenda. I'm sure we no further comment from Kate. Any questions? I move A through C, seconder, Councillor Swales. Does anyone like to speak? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
No. Item 23, oh, we're getting through it now. Item 23, I believe. Confirmation of council minutes on page 469 of the video. This is the record of the inaugural council meeting that was held on the 30th of October. Does anyone have any questions or statements in regard to the accuracy? I move that the minutes of council meeting on the 4th of October are true and correct before the meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hammond, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Declare that carried. So we have a further minutes, which is the extraordinary council meeting, and this was for the audit report. Does anyone have any questions or comments? So I move that the minutes are recorded. Councillor Dillon, all those in favour say aye. So the next part is we're going to move to the public exclusion part of this meeting. So we will have the recording stopped and we are going to do a karakia after the public excluded meeting. So if any community are concerned that the karakia not be finished, the advice is to do this once we've completed the full meeting. Councillor Thad, did you have a?
Yeah, extraordinary council in the first part.
We did the meeting minutes.
Yeah, meeting then.
Favourites.
Okay, so I move that we move into public. I move that we move into public excluded. Can I have a seconder, Councillor Holderness? Those in favour? Aye. No, motion is carried. Thank you.